Chapter 9:32. In the boundless epic, all the gods will turn to dust. Only I, the Lord of Permetha, the flower, fought intensely and shouted at the same time, I hope the fifth slayer is a dog. It interfered with the old heavenly hound who was fighting Wu Shinkoin. From time to time, it would shoot out a few blue leaves that tore apart the universe and targeted the old heavenly hound. In truth, it wasn't easy for it. In the void, the blue leaves withered, under the terrifying blade energy of the leader that could cut apart the universe. Many of the flower's branches were cut off, and blue liquid spilled everywhere. At the edge of the universe, the situation was extremely dangerous. The Kuei roared, and lightning poured down as it fought against the black crow. However, this ferocious bird from the Yang realm was too terrifying. Its black feathers spread out, and black light erupted to block the lightning. Every time it slashed through the air, it would leave a terrifying wound on the Kuei's body. Wu Xingqian was very strong, but the old heavenly hound was also very terrifying. The two of them were fighting each other to the climax. Roar! Old Tengu roared, and his faintly golden body, which was as tall as a human, stood upright and attacked like a human. His pair of large claws clashed against Skyblade, causing sparks to fly about. The resulting shockwave from the clash reduced the nearby asteroids to dust. Its whole body shone with golden light, like an evil god from the dark abyss. After blocking Heavenblade with its claw, it left a few horrifying wounds on Wu Xingqian's shoulder. Blood gushed out, and it nearly cut Heavenblade, Wu Xingqian's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Chi chi chi. The blade energy rushed into the sky like a burning star. It condensed together and turned into eternal light that shot towards the old heavenly hound. Finally, a terrifying blade light slashed at the old heavenly hound, almost cutting off one of its front limbs. The void was filled with cracks. The two of them fought until their eyes turned red and fought with their lives on the line. However, the old heavenly hound had the death substitution talisman. This kind of trump card increased its chances of victory by too much, giving it confidence. The atmosphere here was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Woof! The heavenly hound's barks shook the sky, and the entire starry sky darkened. The heavenly hound was using a terrifying divine ability, its bloody mouth swallowing everything. In an instant, the sky turned dark, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. The old heavenly hound used its strongest divine ability to swallow Wu Xingqian alive. Old out, the red spider lily shouted. The leader sneered and blocked his path with his three-pointed, double-edged blade. He attacked with all his might, not letting him rescue him. On the other side, the Kuei ox let out a long roar. It had gone completely crazy. It had walked with Skyknife Wu Xingqian to this day, and they had gone through life and death together. Its entire body was covered in lightning, and every inch of its skin was bathed in lightning. Its body carried the aura of chaos, and it wanted to save Skyknife Wu Xingqian. Gwa! The black crow cried out loudly, its ruby-like eyes releasing terrifying radiance. It continuously attacked, cutting off the Kuei cow's path. Crack! Lightning interweaved. Under the crazy attacks of the Kuei ox, the black crow was beaten until its black feathers withered. It danced in the void of the universe, bringing with it electric arcs. It was extremely glaring. The old heavenly dog's laughter was extremely loud, shaking up the void until it rumbled and cracked apart. It devoured Wu Xingqian, blood still at the corners of its lips. Some belonged to Wu Xingqian, and some belonged to itself. Woo! The Kuei ox roared. Chi! Suddenly, a blazing blade light tore apart the darkness, cutting apart this part of the starry sky. It came from the old heavenly dog's body. Its smile froze, and the heavenly dog's body rapidly broke into pieces. In the end, with a bang, the old heavenly dog disintegrated, and Skyknife Wu Xingqian slaughtered his way out. The snow-white long blade in his hand was as resplendent as the heavenly sun, illuminating the void of the universe. Sky Knife Wu Xingquan staggered, his body covered in blood. Without a doubt, being suppressed by that kind of divine technique and swallowed into the old heavenly dog stomach world was a terrifying torture. If it was someone else, they might have been crushed into a bloody pulp on the spot. His body was covered in wounds, and some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. Chi, chi, chi. He continuously brandished his blade, not stopping for even a moment, killing towards the old heavenly dog's shattered body. He wanted to kill him one more time and destroy the death substitute talisman in his body. Roar. However, the death substitute talisman was too extraordinary. It came from the hands of a certain divine king of the supreme martial deity bloodline. In an instant, the old heavenly dog's broken body and blood reassembled. It was wrapped in divine light, and external forces couldn't penetrate it. Then, it recovered once again. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment after killing me again? I did it on purpose. It's better if I can swallow you, but if I can't, I'll make you lose half your life. Let's see how you're going to fight me next. The old heavenly dog revealed a sinister smile. His eyes were no longer filled with vicissitudes, but deep and terrifying. The situation was critical. Sky Knife Wu Xingquan was in a disadvantageous position. He had killed the old heavenly dog twice in a row, but the other party was resurrected full of vigor and recovered to his peak state. He was helpless. In this universe, he was already at the peak for reaching this step. After all, he hadn't become a god, and the old heavenly dog was also at this level. Moreover, its body that was nourished by yang qi was tough and powerful, and it was very difficult to kill it. Now, one was weakening while the other was growing, and Wu Xingquan was finding it increasingly strenuous. On the other side, the one-leg bull was also in a dangerous situation. Even though billions of thunderbolts erupted, it couldn't kill the old crow. It could only injure it a few times. However, its own injuries were even more serious. The red spider lily situation wasn't looking good either. Apart from dealing with the leader, it also had to guard against the surrounding mirror-level powerhouses. Those people had tried to kill it several times. At this moment, juices were splattering everywhere, and the blue leaves were dancing in the air. It was continuously withering, and its injuries weren't light. The situation was very serious, and the battle strength of the Yang realm made it feel despair. Kill! At this moment, Sky Knife Wu Xingquan roared furiously. Glaring runes erupted from his burly body, and his entire body turned into a blade. He fused with his own snow-white long blade, and the scene was terrifying. He was like a snow-white waterfall that was inscribed with complicated and profound runes. He traversed the void and almost cut the old heavenly dog in half. He left a terrifying wound, and dog blood splattered everywhere. Sky Knife Wu Xingquan turned into a blade and soared into the sky. He charged towards the red spider lily and attacked the other mirror-level powerhouses. It could be considered as helping the red spider lily out of its predicament. Puffed. One of them was directly penetrated by the sky knife and exploded. His body and soul were both destroyed. Chi. Another person tried to block it, but his weapon was broken by the sky knife. Moreover, that person was also cleaved into two. His soul light was also destroyed, and he died completely. Swoosh! The third person's body was also penetrated by the sky knife. At this moment, Sky Knife Wu Xingquan could no longer maintain the shape of the blade. He revealed his true form and panted heavily. His face was as pale as snow, and the hand holding the blade was trembling slightly. There was no doubt that this kind of consumption was very great. The mirror-level powerhouse behind him, who had his body penetrated, disintegrated in the end despite his anger and unwillingness. The blade aura left in his body disintegrated and destroyed all his soul light. Dog barks shook the sky. The old heavenly dog was extremely furious and chased over. At the same time, the leaders who were fighting with Black Crow and the Red Spider Lily were also furious. They closed in together and charged fiercely, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Sky Knife Wu Xingquan. The one-leg bull roared, and the Red Spider Lily went crazy and fought with them. This area was very terrifying. Murderous intent filled the sky, and even the primal chaos was trembling. The underworld universe was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Everyone knew that the future of Skyknife, Wu Xingquan, and the Red Spider Lily wasn't good. After all, the three main opponents all had death substitute talismans, while they were constantly consuming their own origin and getting injured. They would become weaker and weaker. For a moment, everyone felt their hearts sink. They simply couldn't see any hope. Puffed. As expected, Skyknife Wu Xingquan's heart was almost dug out by a light golden claw. His chest was slashed open, and several of his sterna were broken. He was sent flying. His situation wasn't good. A battle at this level was a life and death struggle, and the consumption was too great. On the other side, the one-legged bull was torn apart by Black Crow once, and its blood splattered across the starry sky. If it wasn't for Skyknife Wu Xingquan risking his life to rescue it, the one-legged bull's soul light would have been destroyed. Ah! The Red Spider Lily roared furiously. When it was entangled in a fierce battle with a leader, it was attacked by a few mirror-level evolvers. Its body suffered heavy injuries, and many of its roots were broken. The situation was critical. One man, one horse, and a Red Spider Lily were about to be killed. Who else can save them? In the starry sky, some people's hearts were in their throats. They were too worried, and they truly didn't want them to be defeated and die. Is the underworld really far inferior to the Yang world? Just a few people came over, and they want to eliminate the strongest combat power here. It really makes one's heart ache and despair. In the universe, some famous guests sighed with sorrow. They rushed into the sky and wanted to help, but in the end, they dispiritedly stopped and clenched their fists. People at their level simply didn't have the qualifications to appear there. They couldn't even be suppressed by a single claw of the old heavenly hound, and they would explode upon contact. Bang! At the edge of the universe, the Red Spider Lily disintegrated and turned into a blue rain of light. That was his blood. However, he didn't die. He was reborn from a drop of blood, and he rapidly condensed his true body. However, his aura was clearly weakened, and he couldn't be compared to before. Little Prince Prometha, you still can't do it. Doesn't your underworld have evolvers that are outstanding enough to make people revere them? Kill as many as you come. Is there anyone else who wants to come? The leader shouted with a laugh. Come on. Who else dares to come? If anyone dares to appear, I'll kill them all. The old heavenly hound also laughed heartily. Its scarlet mouth was like a sacrificial bowl, and its snow-white fangs were exposed. Its eyes were very gloomy and cold, making it appear very sinister. Caw, if you dare to come, then kill them all. The Black Crow also said coldly. Its scarlet eyes flickered with cold light. They relied on the death substitution talisman and were full of confidence. Meanwhile, Wu Xingquan, Kuei Nio, and the Red Spider Lily were becoming increasingly weak and could be killed at any time. Damn it, who can kill them? In the starry skies, many people were unconvinced. In particular, some hot-blooded youths were shouting loudly. In the universe, in a certain part of the starry skies, on an unknown vital planet, within a mountain range, there were a few families of hunters. On a large blue stone, an old man was sitting cross-legged and constantly inhaling. He was very thin and small, and his body was also very shriveled. However, he was constantly swallowing the mysterious light beams that condensed from the void. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Beside him, a pretty little boy asked. Grandpa is old and doesn't have much strength left. I'm doing my best to absorb some of the universe's essence. I hope there's still enough time for me to fight the bad guys, the old man said. At this time, there were even more light beams surging into his body. The people nearby didn't feel anything, but if one stood in outer space, they would definitely be shocked. That was because they discovered that the energy was rapidly decreasing and gathering towards a certain mountain range on this planet. The rich energy turned into fine light beams one after another. Grandpa, you're so strange today. Why are you different from before? The pretty little boy was no more than 3 or 4 years old. He asked with puzzlement and suspicion. Grandpa is old and will leave soon. In the future, I probably won't be able to return. You two siblings have to listen to your parents from now on. The old man swallowed the light beams while rubbing the boy's head. He was full of doting love. Grandpa, what are you saying? Your body is still strong and healthy. You can still live for several hundred years. A white-clothed young lady walked over. Her large eyes were pure and revealed a worried expression. She sensed something and squatted down to support the old man's arm. The old man also rubbed her head dotingly and said, "A person's life is just a reincarnation. There's no difference between 70 years old and 100 years old or 10,000 years old. What should be experienced has been experienced, and what should be experienced has been experienced. The joys and sorrows of life, longing and depression, hope and despair, they've all been tasted. There's nothing I can't let go of anymore. I've reached the end and should calmly leave. You're all good children. Live a bit happier in the future." Chi. His shriveled body emitted a faint light and gradually became brighter, as if it had been ignited. "Good children, you all have to live on well. I hope you can grow up worry-free." Suddenly, the old man disappeared. After saying those words, he turned into a beam of light that rushed into the sky. He tore through the universe and rushed towards the edge of the universe. At this time, a hunter couple returned. They threw away the prey in their hands and rushed over. Their strength was actually quite strong, but they were far from being able to compare to the old man. They were orphans taken in by the old man since they were young and grew up under his guidance. However, they had never seen the old man take action. This was the last time they saw him, but it was only a final farewell. "Father, Mother, where did Grandpa go?" the little boy asked innocently. "Grandpa left." The hunter couple's eyes were filled with tears as they told the two children. They knew that they probably wouldn't see the old man return in this lifetime. They had a premonition that this was an eternal farewell. In another part of the universe, in a silent starry sky, on a desolate planet, a middle-aged man was coughing. His face was pale as he said, "I'm a tuberculosis ghost, but I'm also going to shine. My combat strength isn't enough, so I can only splash the starry sky with my blood. I hope that my death can pull down someone at the same level. I'm going." Chi. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared, rushing towards the edge of the universe. At this moment, a few more people went on their way. The last mirror-level powerhouses of the underworld universe came out together. Even though they knew that they were going to die, they still charged towards the edge of the universe. On the first day of the new year, I wish everyone good luck and all kinds of happiness to entangle you. Happy New Year! Chapter 9:33. It was a blood-stained battlefield at the edge of the universe. There was the blood of Sky Blade Wu Xingquan, the old Tiango, and the juice of the blue spider lilies. "Moo!" The Kuei looked up and let out an oppressive cry. Its entire body was cracked, and its life was about to come to an end. It was full of cracks and wounds, especially its spine, which had been torn apart by the black crow. The Kuei was ready to self-destruct at any time to drag the enemy along with it. This black bird from the Yang realm was too terrifying. Its wings were like blades, and its beak was spitting out thunder and fire. It was too powerful and suppressed the Kuei until it fought to the death, but it still couldn't defeat it. Of course, some wounds appeared on the black crow under the Kuei's desperate attack, and its feathers fell off. At this moment, Sky Blade Wu Xingquan and the spider lilies were fighting with the old Tiango and the leader. In addition, there were also illuminators attacking them, causing the people of the netherworld to fall into a desperate situation. The main thing was that they had exhausted all their strength after fighting a bloody battle to this point. The so-called endless supply of energy and the inexhaustible supply of soul light also had its limits. How could they not exhaust their origin when facing such a formidable enemy, a true demigod? The other party had the death substitute talisman, but they had nothing. Both the Skyblade and the spider lilies were fighting with their lives on the line. They burned with raging soul light that illuminated the sky. You want to die together? Come on, I have the death substitute talisman and can still be resurrected. You guys can fight with your lives on the line. I'll send you on your way. The old Tiango hooted with a sinister expression. However, Skyblade Wushinkuin and the spider lilies were moved. They knew that the old Tiango was a little guilty and timid. The death substitute talisman was most likely going to be completely used up. Croak! The black crow let out a long cry and tore apart a large piece of the Kuei's flesh, turning half of its body into a bloody mist. It spread its wings and attacked from the sky in order to surround the Skyblade and the spider lilies with the old Tiango. It wanted to seize the time to eliminate the two main forces. The netherworld is really weak. Is there no one else? It sneered. Damn crow! A loud shout was heard like a clap of thunder, shaking one's divine soul and making it unstable as if it was about to explode. A sudden spiritual fluctuation came. It was a thin and withered old man. It was the adoptive father of the hunter and the grandfather of the siblings. After absorbing enough energy from the universe, he charged over. Boom! At the same time he shouted. He had already arrived above the black crow's head and had already made his move. He didn't look tall, and his body was skinny, but that skinny body hid an astonishing amount of energy. When his palms landed on the black crow's body, it directly exploded. He was like a hunter walking in the dark, steady, accurate, and incomparably violent. He succeeded just like that. Without a doubt, if it wasn't for the life substitution talisman, this vicious bird from the Yang realm would have most likely died, and it wouldn't even be able to regenerate from a drop of blood. It would have been directly killed. A mist of blood exploded, and the black crow disappeared. The thin and small old man's killing intent surged into the heavens as he moved swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, at the instant he made a move against Black Crow, a pair of shiny sledgehammers had already been tossed out in advance. They were boundlessly terrifying and coiled with divine radiance. Because his targets were still the old heavenly hound and the leader. Boom! Just like that, the old heavenly hound's waist was smashed apart. Skyblade Wushinkuin was incomparably sharp, and he seized the opportunity to sweep his blade across. The old heavenly hound's head was split open, and he died once more. On the other side, the void exploded. The other sledgehammer in that thin and small old man's hand also hit its target, and the leader who was fighting the red spider lily was hit. With a puff, his bones were broken and his tendons snapped. Someone as powerful as this head actually didn't evade because the power of laws of the other party was too terrifying. It locked down this part of the starry sky, and the sledgehammer was the source of the laws as it imprisoned him. Chi! The red spider lily made its move and pierced the space between the leader's brows. It made him fall on his back, and his corporeal body and soul light disintegrated. Unfortunately, this person also had the life substitution talisman. As expected, just like the old heavenly hound and Black Crow, when one reached the level of a half-deity, their identity and status weren't the same anymore. They had life-saving methods. In the blink of an eye, the three great half-deity experts of the Yang realm were annihilated once with the arrival of the thin and small old man, shocking everyone here. Lord of Thunder, Skyblade Wushinkuin looked at this thin and small old man and was very astonished. He was very surprised that this old man who rose to power in an era that was even more ancient than him was actually still alive. This should be considered the oldest generation of people who were still alive in the Yin realm cosmos. It's me. I'm old, and my body can't take it anymore. I can only barely make a move after gathering energy until now. The Lord of Thunder transmitted spiritual waves. In the cosmos, the Tao race, the Buddhist race, and the others were very astonished. This old man was truly a supreme expert from an extremely ancient era. Calculating the time, he should have passed away in meditation long ago. They didn't expect him to actually appear again. At the crucial moment, the Lord of Thunder stood out, and he was still as powerful as before. The Lord of Thunderback then smashed the experts of various paths in the starry sky into bowing their heads with a pair of sledgehammers. He was known to be unrivaled, and he moved unhindered throughout his life, leaving behind an endless legend. This person showed disdain for all races and was truly glorious throughout the ages. In the starry sky, The legendary figures of each race were really quite shaken. No one had expected to see this person again, and he actually appeared in the world alive. If Skyblade hadn't shouted out his name, we wouldn't have known his identity even if he appeared. The era is too ancient. This is a peerless, fierce person of a generation. In the starry sky, many people were stirred up and incomparably excited. Kill. At this moment, the few people at the edge of the cosmos didn't stop and continued to attack those few mirror-level experts. Immediately, for people lost their lives. Even the one-legged ox risked its life to kill one person. Moreover, they pounced on the old weasel together because they knew that he was the core figure. "Ah, you guys come quickly. Don't wait anymore," the old weasel screamed. Deductions and divination were his areas of expertise, but fighting wasn't his strong suit. In the primal chaos, a huge ship sailed over faintly. It was extremely oppressive. There were still people from the Yang realm who hadn't shown themselves, and now they revealed their terrifying figures. This made people despair. At the same time, the old heavenly hound, the Black Crow, and that leader came back to life. They reassembled their corporeal bodies and soul light, and stood in front of Divine Master Huang to protect him. "Did you really think we came here rashly? How could we possibly descend without the strength to kill all the top experts in your cosmos?" The old heavenly hound sneered, and at the same time, his heart was trembling. He had actually been killed several times in succession, and the life substitution talisman could only be used once. He felt horrified. If it wasn't for the divine talisman, he would have actually died in the underworld cosmos this time. This was too different from what he had expected earlier. Woo! In the primal chaos, the huge warship let out a bugle horn. It was vigorous, oppressive, and intimidating. A few figures stood on it, and all of them were at the Illuminator level. There were 4 demigods on it. Even the god of Thunder's heart was heavy. He could kill the Black Crow and the others in an instant just now because he grasped the timing very well, and it was a sneak attack. In fact, his true combat power was similar to that of Sky Knife Wu Xingquan. Now that a few demigods had arrived, how were they supposed to fight? This was a situation that made people despair. At the same time, the various races in the underworld cosmos also felt a sense of helplessness. After witnessing such a battle and seeing that there were still people descending from the Yang realm, their hearts went completely cold. The entire starry sky was deathly silent. Previously, when they saw the god of thunder appear, they were still incomparably excited. But now, it seemed that they really couldn't be compared to the Yang realm. Their foundation was too far apart. There were only a few people in the underworld who could fight, but a random group of people from the Yang realm could annihilate the strongest evolvers in this cosmos. In the primal chaos mist, the huge ship gradually became clearer. Apart from the 4 demigods, there were also more than 20 Illuminator experts. Every one of them was very strong, and this was rather terrifying. They hadn't even left the primal chaos region, and they were already oppressing people to the point of suffocation. Kill. At this moment, the god of thunder, Sky Knife Wu Xingquan, and the red spider lily didn't stop and charged forward. At the same time, the one-legged bull also roared, and its whole body glowed. It pounced toward the Black Crow and recognized this opponent. "Little Kuei." Sky Knife Wu Xingquan's voice was hoarse as he shouted loudly. The corners of this burly man's eyes were cracked, and there were traces of blood flowing out. His hair was disheveled. That was because he saw that the one-legged bull was about to self-destruct. In the distance, the huge ship sailed over at a steady pace. It wasn't in a hurry to make a move because the old heavenly hound and the others could still handle it. Wu Xingquan fought with all his might. Even though his left rib was scratched by the old heavenly hound, he still charged over to save his old comrade, the one-legged bull. "Wu, I'll make a move first. We're already this old, and we don't fear life and death. It's no big deal." The one-legged bull roared. Then it began to burn and emit a glaring brilliance. Its body cracked, and its soul light boiled as it was about to explode. It unfolded a world of thunder, and an endless source of lightning appeared. It locked the black crow in place and wanted to drag it along with it. Caught! The black crow struggled with all its might and rushed into the sky. Black light erupted and covered the world. A terrifying aura pervaded the air as it sneered. You want to drag me along? You can't even lock onto me. Go to hell. At this moment, its movements were too shocking. It was as though the power of time was pervading the air as it shuttled through a strange tunnel. It avoided the world of thunder in an attempt to escape this fatal situation. Boundless thunder realm. The one-legged bull roared, and its roar shook the sky. Its entire body emitted blazing light as it disintegrated. The world formed by interweaving lightning extended endlessly, dragging the black crow back. Moreover, it covered the old heavenly hound, the leader, and the other enemies at the reflector level. Help me block it. The old heavenly hound was the most horrified. He could only use the death substitution talisman once, and he didn't want to use it this time. He struggled with all his might. The leader was still considered kind. He held the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and pounced into the depths of the thunder. He helped the old heavenly hound block the fatal lightning and fought back with all his might. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The black crow cried out miserably as it disintegrated into pieces. On the other side, the leader also exploded and turned into a bloody mist. In addition, 2 other experts at the reflector level were completely annihilated and died miserably. The old heavenly hound roared angrily and reformed in the distance. Puffed. Heaven Sword Wu Xingquan's eyes were scarlet red. He pounced over and added another slash to the old heavenly hound, causing it to die once again on the spot. Similarly, the leader had just reappeared when he was killed once. Bang! The red spider lily attacked frantically and intercepted the old heavenly hound that was drenched in blood from the explosion. The red spider lily pierced through the space between its brows and consumed its death substitution talisman. The old heavenly hound was horrified. After it reformed its physical body once again, it fled with all its might towards the primal chaos. Puffed. A large hammer flew over and smashed half of its body, causing it to scream miserably. It didn't dare to fight anymore and could only flee for its life. At the same time, the large ship sailed out of the primal chaos. 2 experts flew out and blocked everyone's path, protecting Divine Master Huang and the others. What are you panicking for, old heavenly hound? You a little timid, one of them said. Kuan Yo. In the distance, Heaven Sword Wu Xingquan's eyes were scarlet red. His long hair was disheveled as he roared at the sky. The companion that had accompanied him for most of his life had died. This companion had followed him since he was only a cub and was raised by him personally. From a charmingly naive person to an adult, he was now close to a divine beast. He conquered the world and went through life and death with him. They were closer than family. In the end, they were parted in death, just like that. Kill! Heaven Sword Wu Xingquan's blood was boiling with anger. At the same time, the Thunder God and the Red Spider Lily were also fighting. All of you must die. The 2 demigods who walked out from the large ship said coldly. They replaced the old heavenly hound mainly because the old heavenly hound's death substitution talisman had been consumed and he didn't dare to fight anymore. At this moment, Chu Feng arrived in the distant dark void. He wanted to shout that he had a green calabash and a strange substance that could kill people from the Yang realm. He knew that he couldn't get close to such a person by himself and wouldn't have the chance to blast out the green calabash. However, although the people of the underworld universe had seen him use this item to kill saint experts, they didn't recognize this strange substance at all. They didn't think it could kill Illuminati experts. Even the Thunder God, Heaven Sword Wu Xingquan, and the Red Spider Lily that grew up in the underworld universe didn't know about it. Moreover, so what if they knew? The demigod experts were scattered, and it would be difficult to kill all of them. However, Chu Feng risked his life to come here, especially when he saw the large ship that just sailed over. Even if 2 demigods walked out from it, there were still 2 demigods and more than 20 Illuminati experts. If he were to blast the green calabash, It would be worth it even if he died immediately. A sigh sounded beside Chu Feng's ear. Someone pressed on his shoulder and said, "Child, this isn't a place for you to stay. Go back." This person's face was very pale, like a sickly person. Chu Feng was shocked. A Illuminati expert? He was indeed terrifying. He suddenly appeared beside him, and he couldn't detect him in advance. He sighed to himself. As expected, he couldn't participate in a battle of this level, even if he had the green calabash and the strange substance. "Senior, you are... Little Yellow is a good seedling. I hope you and it can live well," said the pale man. Chu Feng was shocked. He immediately realized that this might be the person Yellow Cattle had gone to find during the battle at the Great Abyss. He wanted to help, and he was also the person who had taught Yellow Cattle the breathing technique. Back then, this person had sent Yellow Cattle, who wasn't even 3 years old, to Earth. This person was most likely related to ancient Earth. This man's body was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Moreover, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. After wiping it away, he said, "I've made too many mistakes in my life. I've unintentionally committed a great sin. My disciple is a sinner throughout the ages, and naturally, I can't escape the blame. Today, let me use my own blood to wash away my sins." "You are?" Chu Feng was shocked. "Wei Shilin is my disciple." This person's voice was deep. He was Wei Shilin's master from the Shilin army, and he was from the same generation as Yao Yao's grandfather. Back then, he had entered the primal chaos universe early on as a saint. In the end, he became a heaven illuminator there, but he was injured and returned with an incurable disease. By the time he returned, it was almost ancient times, and Earth had long since been destroyed. He was utterly disheartened after finding out that his disciple Wei Shilin was one of the executioners. He wanted nothing more than to kill the enemy and end his own life. But when he went to find Wei Shilin, he was delayed by this disciple. The corpse race and deity race's ancient ancestors attacked him and almost died. "I've been a failure in my life. I've taught a bastard. I can only wash away my hatred with my own blood." "Senior, this isn't your fault." Chu Feng was shocked. This was actually Wei Shilin's master. He was also from Earth and had become a heaven illuminator in the primal chaos universe. "Go back." The pale man tore open space and tossed Chu Feng inside. "Live. You and Little Yellow have to work hard to survive. There's hope with you two here." He sternly warned Chu Feng not to turn back. Chu Feng's eyes were sore. He knew he couldn't change anything, and neither was he powerless to interfere with everything here. He could only pass over the azure calabash solemnly and use his soul light to transmit rapidly, telling him everything about this calabash. "Very well." The pale man received the calabash and grasped it firmly. He turned around resolutely and said, "I hope I can drag many people along with me. I really want to destroy them all." Chapter 9:34. The pale-faced man, Zhang Kong, should have been very handsome when he was young. Now, his temples were white and he looked sickly, but he could still be considered a handsome old man. Now, his decadent temperament was swept away, and there was a raging flame burning in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time he had such high fighting spirit since he learned that Earth had been massacred and destroyed in recent times. That extinguished battle intent and the ancient battle blood boiled again. At the same time, Zhang Kong also had a monstrous anger. He suppressed it and hid it in the depths of his heart as he approached the big ship. He approached the battlefield and merged into the void, waiting for the opportunity to launch the ultimate attack. In the battlefield, the battle became more and more desperate, causing everyone in the Een Realm universe to fall silent. No one could help. Skyblade, Thunder God, and Red Spider Lily were covered in blood. They were like candles in the wind, and their lives could be extinguished at any time. Old Heavenly Hound retreated and entered the big ship. However, 2 demigods with surging blood energy had arrived. These 2 men who looked like they were middle-aged were waiting leisurely. They were both in their most powerful state. They were 2 brave and fierce. In addition to Black Crow and the leader from before, there were a total of 4 evolvers at the peak of the Realm universe. They had the absolute advantage when they attacked the three from the Realm universe. Even the Thunder God's body was torn apart once. It was only under the protection of Wu Xingqian and Red Spider Lily that he was able to condense his blood and reconstruct his physical body. There were no divine kings in the Realm universe, and no one could refine a death substitute talisman at the level of a divine king. Thunder God, Skyblade, and the others could only rely on themselves to recover. They paid a huge price and became increasingly weaker. It would be too sullen if they died like this. The three of them looked at each other. They had to kill a demigod no matter what. Otherwise, they wouldn't be satisfied. Then, they fought with their lives on the line and attacked Old Crow fiercely. Even if they were attacked, covered in blood, and their bones were exposed, they wouldn't retreat even if their lives were in danger. Huh! Old Crow cried angrily. All of a sudden, the attacks of the three experts from the Realm universe poured down on him. He was shocked, furious, and terrified at the same time. He was finally killed again. A crack appeared on the death substitute talisman in his body, and he used up another chance of resurrection. But in this fierce attack, the Thunder God was heavily injured. It was almost cleaved into two by the three-pointed, double-edged saber. One of its shoulders fell off, and blood splattered across the starry sky. He appeared to be in a bit of a decline, because he was the oldest. His lifespan was close to its end, so the amount of energy he could use wasn't that much. The great battle this time had been brewing for a long time. At the same time, the spider lily was also in a miserable state. Its blue leaves danced in the air, and its vines were cut off by many roots. Skyblade Wu Xingqian, on the other hand, was also gravely injured. His chest had been pierced by a spear, which had nearly torn him to pieces. Kill! There was only this single word in the world, and it resounded with a deafening clang. The three of them disregarded everything and pounced over once more, vowing to kill the Old Crow. Stop them! I can't hold on any longer. The Old Crow screeched and rushed towards the large ship in the back. It was a bit terrified to escape the battlefield. Even though it had the death substitute talisman, it was still afraid. It had been killed one after another, and it was terrified. The people of the Yang realm are only SOSO. The god of thunder laughed heartily. Blood flowed continuously from its small body, and the corner of its mouth was scarlet red. He was mocking the Old Crow. However, the vicious bird didn't even look back. It fled towards the large ship and shouted, "Did I not kill enough mirror-level experts in the chaotic universe? Many of them were creatures from your universe." It refuted in this way with annoyance. This was indeed the cruel truth. They had gone on a killing spree in the chaotic universe and beheaded many mirror-level evolvers in the Yang realm. It didn't seem difficult at all. It was precisely because of this that they increasingly felt that a few demigods were enough to look down on the Yang realm and sweep through all the orthodoxies without much effort. How could they have expected that they would run into a tough bone? The most powerful people in the Yang realm had come into being and killed them until they were terrified. If it wasn't for the death substitute talisman, they would have died a long time ago. From the Old Crow's point of view, this was truly humiliating. After all, they came from a Yang realm and usually cultivated top-notch breathing techniques. Furthermore, they were nourished by Yang Qi day and night, so they should have been high and mighty and could easily kill experts of the same level. Now that they had suffered such a setback and were being chased by a few people from the Yang realm, what face would they have left if news of this got back to the Yang realm? At the same time, the last two demigods on the large ship moved out and replaced the Black Crow as they charged forward. This was rather terrifying and made people feel despair. The old Heavenly Hound and the Old Crow fled to the large ship, but a total of 4 demigods replaced them. Including the leader, there were a total of 5 experts. I really hate this. Skyblade Wu Xingqian roared furiously. His companion for most of his life, the one-legged ox, had self-destructed and died, yet he couldn't avenge it. Now, he was going to die a tragic death here. The people of the Yang realm also want to stir up trouble. After the celestial venerables of the Yang realm made their decision and wanted us to descend, many of your fates were already sealed. A demigod smiled indifferently. Since that's the case, let's perish together. Even if we die, we must die splendidly. We won't allow your dirty hands to touch our corpses. Let's self-destruct and drag them along with us to die a few times. The spider lily and the thunder god Lord roared. The three powerhouses, the strongest experts at the peak of the Illuminator realm in the Een realm, moved. Their entire bodies glowed, and their blood energy tore through the sky. Their entire bodies were burning with essence energy, and they were about to self-destruct. The demigods on the other side were horrified. They retreated rapidly and dodged immediately. Even if they had death substitution talismans, they were not willing to be killed like this. Moreover, the destructive storm formed by the self-detonation of these three great experts would be extremely terrifying. It was possible that it could kill them several times in a row. Boom! Monstrous blood chi erupted, and world-shaking energy fluctuations surged out. At this moment, it was unknown how many people from all over the underworld cosmos cried out. Their eyes were sore, and they felt a sharp pain in their hearts as they watched these three people die. Now, Skyblade gave a low growl, and his whole body turned thin. His body had transformed into an incomparably sharp blade, and the blade energy it exuded shocked the world. Taking advantage of the few demigods escaping, he charged directly toward the ship at the edge of primal chaos. He was too fast. At the same time, the god of thunder also roared angrily. His small body was dripping with blood. Dazzling light shone as he carried his two great hammers and rushed towards the ship. Other than that, there was also the red spider lily who had transformed into a human form. It was a man in tattered blue clothes. His body was full of wounds as he descended toward the huge warship. Old Tiango, Black Crow, Divine Master Huang, and a few young people were on board. At this moment, these people were horrified. Not good, kill them. A few demigods were shocked and angry as they rushed toward the ship in a hurry. They knew that they had been tricked. The three great experts of the underworld had only pretended to self-detonate to scare them away. Their target was the people on the ship. Protect Divine Master Huang and surround those three Een spirits. Kill them without mercy. A demigod used his spirit to transmit his voice, forming a terrifying storm that shook the area. He was truly furious. If Divine Master Huang died tragically, they wouldn't be able to survive either. If these people couldn't protect Old Weasel, it would be a serious dereliction of duty. There were still more than 20 Mirror Realm experts on the ship. Although they weren't peak existences and couldn't be considered demigods, they were still very strong. In comparison, Old Tiango and Black Crow stood at the back and were a little hesitant. In the end, they only stood in front of Divine Master Huang and didn't make a move personally. That was because there was a shadow in their hearts. They were afraid that they would really be killed by those three obviously crazy people. Your grandpa Thunder God hasn't started a massacre yet. Although I've killed demigods before, he's alive again. In that case, I'll use you guys to make up the numbers and reap as much as I can before I die. The Thunder God was so angry that he laughed. The pair of huge hammers in his hands was too terrifying. Boom! It was just a single strike, but the huge hammers smashed the weapon and person of a Mirror Realm expert who was blocking him into a bloody mist. They exploded on the hull of the ship, and it was rather tyrannical. Kill! Two people at the side roared furiously. Spears and battle swords pierced forward together. The light was so glaring that people couldn't open their eyes. The murderous intent was boundless. Die! The Thunder God bellowed furiously. The pair of huge hammers in his hands smashed out, shattering the spearheads and shattering the battle swords into over a dozen pieces. He charged over and shattered the two people alive. At the same time, he swung his hammers again to kill Soul Light. This was really too brave and fierce. Back then, when he was moving unhindered in the Een realm cosmos, he was an invincible person in an era. He had lived until now, and his cultivation was unfathomable as he reproduced his divine might from back then. Arrows flew over from his side. Someone shot an iron arrow and pierced through his body. At the same time, there was another person who threw a spear and pierced through the old man's body. His chest was dripping with fresh blood. It wasn't that the thunder god hadn't been injured before. His body had even been torn into two pieces, but he had reconstructed it again. But now, it was a little different. After all, his blood and chi were dried up, and he had suffered such heavy injuries. His body shook violently, and blood without luster splashed out. "Kill!" the thunder god bellowed furiously. A murderous sound came from his small and thin body, and it even caused the void to explode. He suddenly threw out his huge hammers, and both of them flew out. The person who fired the bow and arrow was smashed into meat paste, and the head of the other person who threw the spear was also split into pieces. The old man's huge hammers contained laws that locked onto them and destroyed their corporeal bodies immediately. "Rumble!" the thunder god bellowed angrily. He clenched his fists tightly and turned them into hammers. He charged forward and annihilated the two people's soul lights. There were many wounds on his body, and some swords were stabbed into him. However, he was incomparably brave and fierce as he charged forward. At the forefront, Divine Master Huang was terrified out of his wits. Even the old Heavenly Hound and the Black Crow were scared. And at this moment, Heaven Blade Wu Xingquan was also going crazy. He transformed into a shiny long blade and slashed over. He reaped several lives in succession with a puff sound, and they were all at the Illuminator level. In the end, he also staggered and revealed his original form. He didn't have the strength to maintain his blade form. "That's enough. I don't need to pay anymore. I'm killing to my heart's content, haha." The red spider Lily laughed heartily. He was covered in blood as he killed with his bare hands. He had killed a few people here in succession, and his whole body was covered in the blood of illuminators. The thunder god also laughed heartily. "What experts from the Yang realm? What do you mean we need to be one realm higher than you in order to fight? It's all bullsh asterisk T. Today, I'll kill all of you until your heads roll and your asses pee." How delightful. At this moment, the thunder god's entire body was glowing. His hands turned into fists, and every time he smashed down, he would pierce through the void. The laws were densely covered, and lightning interweaved as he killed powerhouses one after another. Of course, his body was also full of weapons. It was terrifying and dripping with blood. It was hard to imagine how such a thin and small body could contain such tyrannical and powerful energy. "All three of you spirits must die tragically. I'll torture you for 100 years before I crush you." A few demigods at the back charged forward and roared angrily. They were unable to restrain their anger, and the veins on their foreheads were throbbing violently. It was just a moment of carelessness, but they actually caused their side to suffer such heavy losses. So many illuminators were killed. This was unforgivable. They went crazy and attacked with all their might. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, all the experts were squeezed onto the big ship and gathered in one place. Even though this big ship was incomparably sturdy and was inscribed with a large number of Yang realm symbols, cracks were now appearing on it, and it was about to disintegrate. Without the protection of the celestial venerable's decree, it was about to be destroyed. "That's enough. The three of you can retreat." At this moment, a voice rang out in the depths of the hearts of the thunder god, Red Spider Lily, and Heaven Blade Wu Xingquan at the same time, telling them that the time had come and they could retreat. The master of the Shilin army's commander, Wei Shilin, was the pale, handsome old man from ancient Earth, Zhang Kong. At this moment, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth as he did his best to urge his energy into the green calabash. Earlier on, he had already communicated with the three of them in secret and discussed how to do this. They would draw everyone to one place. Now, the three of them had succeeded. "I've been a failure in my life and am full of regrets. I painstakingly taught a disciple, but I became a sinner for all eternity and a cold-blooded executioner. I don't have the face to see my ancestors again, and I don't have the face to see my old friends who died in the underworld. Today, I've come to atone for my sins. I'll use my blood and my life to make up for my regrets. His eyes reflected everything from the past, his youth. At that time, he was still young, handsome, and full of vigor. He followed a group of friends to roam the sea of stars, drank to his heart's content, and chased after the woman he liked. But look at the present. What was left of him? Many of his old friends and acquaintances had died under the butcher's knife of his own disciple. When he saw the thunder god, heaven blade, and red spider lily rushing into the sky, Zhang Kong made his move and suddenly smashed the green calabash. This innate calabash that had yet to mature was full of cracks and was on the verge of shattering. After he poured a huge amount of energy into it, he suddenly smashed it into the big ship and disintegrated with a boom, causing a huge explosion. This scene shook the universe. Dazzling light directly rushed into the sky and tore apart the darkness. Chapter 9:35. At first, it was just a ray of dazzling light that tore apart the dark universe. Then it exploded. It was as if the universe had reached its end and the end of the world had arrived. The surging energy and blazing radiance shocked the entire realm universe in an instant. One could see the primal chaos at the edge of the universe exploding. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split open once again, establishing a new era. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What was happening? Even without the live broadcast, some experts could sense the terrifying phenomenon at the edge of the universe. The great cosmos was pierced through, blasted apart. The explosion of a sentient item. What kind of power was that? This was especially true for this green calabash. It was originally born in the sea of lightning in the primal chaos, nourished by the most powerful natural laws. Even though it hadn't matured yet, it was still world-shocking. When Chu Feng obtained it, its entire body was covered in cracks, left with scars from being crushed by the foreign border's stone millstone. Otherwise, it would be difficult for external forces to injure it. It was precisely because of this that it could disintegrate at any time. That was why it could be detonated today. Otherwise, an illuminator would not be able to destroy a Khanate gourd, even if it was immature. This was like an apocalyptic explosion. The green-skinned calabash disintegrated, and the lightning rules it contained interweaved. It was even more terrifying than the great heavenly tribulation of the illuminator level. In the blazing light, even the demigods were screaming, roaring, and struggling. Zhang Kong's face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was burning himself and condensing energy once more. He stared at the terrifying sea of light, ready to slaughter his way over at any moment. At this moment, the most terrifying thing wasn't the green calabash's disintegration, but the strange gray substance that poured out in torrents without the slightest bit of reservation. It was like a gray mushroom cloud rising, drowning that place. For a moment, the entire area was surging with scarlet clouds. That was the blood of a demigod. That was the death of a heavenly illuminator. At the same time, it was accompanied by multicolored light. Souls were breaking apart and burning. Large amounts of anguished wailing sounded. There were quite a number of people on a ship. At first, there were more than 20 illuminators. Some of them had been killed, but there were still more than 10 of them left. In addition to the others, they were all powerhouses. Ghosts were wailing and gods were howling. Everywhere in the underworld universe, the whole world was watching. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could actually reverse the situation at the last moment. The god of thunder was laughing. His skinny body was covered in cracks, but he was extremely carefree. Although he had escaped from the terrifying explosion just now, his body had almost been destroyed by the strong aftermath. He had even lost his pair of hammers. Skyblade Wuxingquan was also in a miserable state. His shiny long blade had already been broken. His hair was disheveled, and blood was gushing out. His body was covered with wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. As for the Permitha flower, it was beaten back to its original form, dispirited and listless. However, it was still laughing loudly, spitting out a mouthful of resentment. It was extremely happy. In the most central area, 6 or 7 evolvers at the Illuminator level disintegrated and died a miserable death. Meanwhile, a demigod came back to life after his death. However, even if he had the death substitution talisman on him, it was of no use. He was killed several times, and in the end, both his body and soul were destroyed. The life substitution talisman was a dead object. It allowed him to revive on the spot so that he wouldn't be able to escape in time. However, the central region was the most dangerous place. Innate energy wreaked havoc as strange substances manifested and howled mournfully. A half-deity had been slaughtered. Even if there were illuminators who weren't in the center of the maelstrom at the edge of the large ship, their bodies would explode and their ruined bodies would escape with their soul light wrapped around them. But in the end, they would still die tragically. The gray substance laughed sinisterly and let out a real laughter. It transformed into a malicious spirit and pounced over to drown him. "No, save me," some people cried out in fear. At this moment, they would rather die right away than endure this kind of torment. Their soul light was being nibbled away and eaten by that gray substance. They would never be able to reincarnate for all eternity. The large ship that came from the Yang realm disintegrated and exploded. In the end, everyone was torn into pieces. The difference was that some people were reforming while others died tragically right away. "There really are people who escaped," Zhang Kong muttered to himself. He saw a demigod in an incomparably miserable state. He was killed several times in succession, and in the end, he dragged half of his ruined body as he charged out. Without a doubt, he was closer to the center. Even the death substitution talisman was useless in the end. He was consumed and escaped at lightning speed. However, his condition wasn't very good. He was entangled by the gray substance. His face was ashen and his body was shriveled up. He bellowed and struggled. "Strange, the source of all evil. You actually dare to use this kind of thing. The celestial venerables will kill you and the whole world will attack you. This universe is going to be buried." He was flustered and exasperated. That was because he felt that he wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 years. Even if he was a demigod and was protected by the death substitution talisman, he would only be contaminated a little and not drowned. However, he also knew that there was no solution. It was already too late to run back and seek treatment from the celestial venerables. "All right then, before I die, I'll slaughter the millions and millions of creatures in this universe. Every orthodoxy of every race shall be completely annihilated." This was the madness he felt before his death. He wanted to drag countless people to be buried with him. He was too unwilling. Being entangled by the gray substance was a nightmare. He would undoubtedly die. Bang! He transformed into a beam of light and rushed out. He was about to kill his way into the depths of the Yang Realm universe. Behind him, 2 people also rushed out from the edge of the large ship. They were both at the Illuminator level and hadn't died yet. They also wanted to go crazy and massacre the vital planets everywhere. "All of you, go to hell." Zhang Kong moved. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he had a smile on his face as if he had been relieved of a burden. He had finally waited until the last moments of his life weren't wasted. Instead, he could unleash the last of his remaining heat. Bang! His physical body disintegrated and turned into an energy source. Divine flames overflowed into the sky. His soul light also disintegrated and filled in. It turned into endless flames that burned together with the heavens. Zhang Kong, the master of the Shilin army commander, was prepared to die. He wasn't guilty, but he wanted to atone for his sins. He didn't want to continue living. He had already died many years ago, but now he was free. His face was reflected in the flames. He was still young, and there were still old friends from the ancient past inside. There were also women who liked him. Those were all his thoughts. That was his ideal country. He wanted to return to the past and visit the ancient past again to change the tragedy of the past. "You lunatic!" That demigod was shocked and furious. Behind him was a strange substance that smashed over like a wave. This person actually obstructed him like this. He was destroying everything indiscriminately and blocking his path. He was terrified. His face was deathly pale as he roared, "Get lost! Do you know what you're doing? There's no next life to speak of once you're entangled by the gray substance. You'll never be able to reincarnate and will die an extremely tragic death. I don't ask for the next life, nor do I ask about it. What is there to be afraid of? You self-righteous demigod from the Yang realm, I'll send you on your way." Zhang Kong looked at him calmly in the flames. At the final juncture of death, he was calm. He was relieved and relieved. He was incomparably calm and unperturbed. "The people I like are all in the ancient times. My good friends, my confidants, my relatives. I'm here. I let you down back then. I went on my way alone, and when I looked back, there was nothing. Nothing was left. Now I'm here." A smile appeared on Zhang Kong's handsome face. How many years had it been? He had always been sickly, and his heart was dead. In the end, he shouted loudly like this and ended his life with a smile amidst the flames. Bang! He collided with the demigod. This was the most powerful attack an evolver of the heavenly illumination realm could unleash in his entire life. He didn't hold anything back. His physical body and soul light burned together as they burned through the universe. Ah, that demigod let out a mournful cry. He originally had a damaged body and was heavily injured. His entire body was covered in cracks and bloodstains. How could he bear it now? He disintegrated and turned into a rain of blood and shattered soul light. As for the two heavenly illuminators who rushed over with him, they died miserably on the spot. Their bodies and souls were extinguished. No! This demigod roared angrily. He forcefully gathered his soul light, but in the end, it was useless. He was entangled by the gray matter that caught up and drowned. Then, he let out a final scream of despair and ended his life just like that. Zhang Kong died. In the final collision, he turned into light and burned to the end. He returned to the eternal darkness. In the distance, on a planet, yellow cattle cried. Sparkling and translucent tears kept rolling down from his eyes as he sobbed. "He's my guide and my grandfather. We aren't related by blood, but he's even more important than my own." Yellow cattle cried loudly and was extremely sorrowful. The big black yak and the others didn't feel good in their hearts either as they watched silently. In another star region, Chu Feng's heart also ached. This old handsome man was seeking his own release. Perhaps only in this way could Zhang Kong be at ease and let go of everything. The explosion of a large ship was still in progress. Almost at the same time, a beam of light rushed out from another direction and fled into the primal chaos, accompanied by a miserable cry, "Zhi." Divine Master Huang was beaten back to his original form and lost half of his body, but he actually succeeded in escaping. People were astonished. Did he have such great ability? After that, they guessed that perhaps there was a terrifying divine talisman protecting him as he escaped far away. At the same time, the light emitted by Divine Master Huang brought the old Tiango and the Black Crow out. After escaping from the great explosion, the old Tiango was very miserable. Only his chest and above were left. His death substitution talisman had long been useless, and the Black Crow had also used up his last chance of survival. His whole body was covered in blood as he fell to the edge of the primal chaos together with the old Tiango. He couldn't follow Divine Master Huang's light beam and disappear completely. Run. These two people were as anxious as stray dogs. Like fish that had escaped the net, they scuttled up and began to flee with all their might. "Old dog, where do you think you're going? Leave your dog head behind." The spider lily and the sky blade Wu Xingkuan shouted. They had been staring at the center of the great explosion all along. When they saw the old weasel escape, they were furious and chased after him, just in time to intercept the bird and dog. Roar! The old Tiango roared angrily. Even though he was terrified, he still risked his life and shouted, "Your Yin realm is about to be destroyed. Using the gray matter again and again is courting death. The celestial venerables will punish you together. You've committed a great taboo." Clearly, he was fierce in appearance, but weak in heart. F*CK, your celestial venerables. Our whole family has enmity with the celestial venerables behind you. I'll kill him sooner or later, shouted the spider lily. Puffed. Many blue vines shot out at the same time and pierced through the old Tiango, causing him to scream miserably. At this moment, the old Tiango was no longer in his peak state. In addition, he didn't have a death substitution talisman to use. The small half of his body that escaped was trembling with fear in his heart. His aura was naturally weak, and his strength had long since decreased. Thus, his body was directly torn apart. Puffed. A dog's head was sliced apart by the vines and fell straight down. Then, the space between his brows was penetrated. His soul light disintegrated and he died a violent death. The old Tiango let out a weak bark for the last time and completely ended his life. He was too unwilling, but he couldn't change anything. Your grandpa Prometha finally killed a demigod. My death was worth it. The spider lily laughed loudly. On the other side, Skyblade Wu Xingquan was even more direct. He turned into a blade and hacked at the old crow. He roared angrily and called out the Kuei's name. Not long ago, the Kuei had self-detonated when facing the old crow and tragically fell here. Caw! The old crow cried out in alarm and anger, but he was also powerless to struggle free. He was hacked to death here and completely died. However, regardless of whether it was the spider lily or Skyblade Wu Xingquan himself, they were both weakened to the lowest point and didn't have any strength left. They fought to this point and fought a bloody battle with many demigods. The other party had death substitution talismans and couldn't be killed no matter what. The consumption on them was too terrifying. Not far away, the god of thunder roared angrily and erupted with boundless lightning. The ship broke apart. After the explosion, everything gradually calmed down. However, the three demigods didn't die. They charged out murderously towards the god of thunder. These three weren't at the very center. Even though they died more than once, in the end, they still made it through. Their bodies were covered in blood. They roared as they rushed out, wishing to massacre them. Kill! There was nothing much to say. The resurrection lily and heavenly saber Wu Xingquan dragged their exhausted bodies. Even though their bodies were covered in wounds and were about to disintegrate, they did not hesitate to charge forward to save the thunder god. After a fierce battle, the red spider lily was torn apart, and its blue juice splattered everywhere. Skyblade Wu Xingquan roared furiously. His body turned into a blade, and he slashed at his opponent, cutting him in two. However, the blade that he had turned into broke, and his body was revealed. However, the two demigods were resurrected with great difficulty and were still alive. On the other side, the god of thunder was in a similar situation. That's enough. Your death substitution talismans are useless. Even though we're also an arrow at the end of its flight and have lost our combat strength, I'm confident that we can drag you guys down with us. The red spider lily shouted loudly without the slightest fear. At this moment, his torn body didn't reassemble. Instead, it burned and roared furiously. It turned into light flames that overflowed into the sky and swept forward. Bang! He drowned one person. That demigod was terrified and let out a mournful howl. Let go of me. I'll retreat. I admit that I'm no match for you. We'll both die together like this, and we'll never be seen again in this world. F*CK off. The red spider lily replied. Bang! He completely exploded and dragged this demigod along with him. Both of their soul lights burned the heavens before they dimmed and returned to deathly stillness. The remaining two demigods were horrified. Those from the Een realm cried out involuntarily. This was the ending that the red spider lily had chosen. It made their hearts ache slightly. Hey, in the blink of an eye, a speck of blue light appeared in the darkness. It was only the size of a fist. The red spider lily's true spirit reappeared and said, I'm sending you on your way. I haven't lived enough. Of course, after this life ends, I'm going to reincarnate and go to the Yang realm. I'll fight to the death with all of you without end. Whoosh! In an instant, he disappeared and rushed to the other side of the universe. Where do you think you're going? A demigod wanted to intercept him, but the god of thunder and sky blade stopped him together. You want to stop me? Dream on. This is only a portion of my true spirit. I still have a bit left in the purgatory gate, and I'll reincarnate no matter what. This battle is just a farewell battle. Why did your grandpa Permitha wander around the planet where the purgatory is located for so long? I'm preparing to reincarnate. We'll meet again in the Yang realm. One day, when I rise, I'll definitely kill a celestial venerable. The red spider lily was rather decisive and unyielding. In the end, it shouted loudly again and said, "Kid, I said it before that when I faced you, I made a casual move. I didn't let you down by fighting like this. If you enter the Yang realm in the future and find a strange red spider lily, you'll surely recognize me when you come to save me." In the depths of the universe, Chu Feng's heart trembled. He knew that the red spider lily was talking to him. In the final battle, Skyblade was Shinkuin transformed his body into a blade, but in the end, he broke into several pieces. However, he still continued to fight and self-destructed in the end. He heavily injured 2 demigods and almost caused them to die. He transformed his body into a blade, and the heavenly blade shattered. Blood dyed the starry sky, and he died just like that. The god of thunder roared angrily. His small body shone and burned fiercely, wanting to burn the heavens. He suddenly stood tall and almost broke the universe. At this moment, everyone in the nether realm saw it. His figure was reflected everywhere in the sea of stars, like a raging lion in battle. He blew up a demigod. His fist was like a rainbow as it penetrated the demigod's head and killed him in the starry sky. Do you see that? That's my grandfather. In the depths of the starry sky, on an ordinary vital planet, a little boy raised his head and looked at the figure illuminating the firmament. He shouted excitedly and proudly, "Illuminating the heavens." At this time, the god of thunder was really illuminating the universe and could be seen everywhere. The little boy didn't know his grandfather's state and didn't know that the old man was about to die. "Look, my grandfather is so powerful. He's fighting the bad guys." He was very proud and praised proudly. "Yes, that's Grandpa fighting the bad guys." The little boy's older sister, the girl in white, said while crying. She knew that this was probably the last time they would see their grandfather. At the side, the middle-aged hunter couple's eyes were red as they silently shed tears. Boom! The god of thunder's final attack was incomparably fierce. He blew up the last demigod, and he also fell down. He turned into a bloody mist, light, and energy before dissipating. Chapter 9, 36. The little boy's voice was tender, happy, and proud. He was only 3 or 4 years old, so he didn't know that the god of thunder had already died in that dazzling radiance. This was the last time he saw his grandfather. He was too young and didn't understand. His sister and parents were crying continuously as they knelt on the ground in the end. The war ended, and the demigod from the Yang realm were all dead. Not a single one of the evolved beings at the Illuminator realm could be seen. Only the old weasel left alive and entered the primal chaos. The universe was very quiet. Everyone saw the final splendor before returning to darkness. Although the people from the Yang realm were killed, the price paid by the Yin realm universe was too great. The god of thunder, Skyblade, Red Spider Lily, and Zhang Kong were all heroes who illuminated an era, but they had all fallen. Not a single one of them survived. For a very long time, there is still a rain of blood in the ancestral lands everywhere, falling on the altars that the god of thunder, Skyblade, and the others had long been removed. Everyone thought that they had passed away in meditation for many years. Only when they reappeared today did people understand that they had always been around, but now they had truly died in battle at the desolate border of the universe. The current universe was oppressive and gloomy. People weren't willing to open their mouths because they felt uncomfortable after seeing such a tragedy and the final stirring. In the end, it was over. This battle had come to an end, but some people would never appear again. They burned their corporeal bodies and soul light, unafraid of eternal silence, and died in this final battle. What about the gray matter? Chu Feng was the same as everyone else. His eyes were sore, and he felt sad. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Kong, Skyblade, or the god of thunder, they were all very unyielding, and their deaths made people's hearts tremble. However, he was also paying attention to another matter. Where did the gray mist go? He had been staring at it during the big explosion just now and saw how terrifying it was. Even a demigod would howl miserably and die a miserable death after coming into contact with it. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? There were so many of them, and they were incomparably dense. Just now, there were tens of thousands of beasts galloping, and their roars were terrifying. But in the end, they all disappeared. He realized that there was a huge problem. If his guess wasn't wrong, the strange matter had already gained intelligence and was extracted from the bodies of hundreds of gods. It had most likely already entered the primal chaos and won a crossover. Where did it want to go? Chu Feng frowned deeply. Then he was alarmed. Could it be that the strange substance was going to the world of the living? Chu Feng's heart trembled violently. Right now, there was a small path between the Yang realm and the chaotic universe that guaranteed that people from the Yang realm could descend upon it. If this strange substance was going in the opposite direction, then its ambitions were truly great and its goals were somewhat terrifying. He always felt that this gray mist made him feel uneasy. It was too sinister and devoured the flesh and soul light of experts every time. This was clearly strengthening itself. I hope it has gone to the world of the living. Otherwise, the world of the dead will not be able to withstand its rampage. In reality, Chu Feng hoped that it was an ordinary gray substance. It looked terrifying, but if it really scattered, then it wouldn't count for much. It would be diluted by the boundless starry sky to the point of being negligible. However, it was psychic. At the edge of the universe, there were some fragments left behind from the disintegration of the large ship. Apart from that, there were also broken weapons dyed with blood. Unfortunately, their soul light had been burned clean, and the so-called blood drop rebirth was impossible to carry out. The fragments of the heavenly blade and the thunder god, divine hammer. All of them were telling of how tragic the battle was not long ago. Suddenly, a piece of the metal deck of the battleship that had exploded moved in the primal chaos mist. Then, it was pushed open and a middle-aged man with only half of his body left crawled out. His mouth and nose were full of bloody foam. His face was gloomy and cold with anger and the palpitations of surviving a calamity. He stared coldly at the universe of the dead. What? Someone survived? How is that possible? The people of the universe of the dead were shocked. Then there was a commotion. The Thunder God, Heavenly Blade, Red Spider Lily, Zhang Kong, and the others paid with their lives, and all died in battle. In the end, they still hadn't killed all the people of the Yang realm. There were still experts alive? I'm alive, but I don't have long to live. I'll go to your world of the dead and kill to my heart's content. I'll see who can stop me now. This person said coldly. He couldn't recover in a short period of time. He still had half of his body that was dripping blood continuously. His face was slightly ashen as he was entangled by a very small wisp of the strange substance. He knew he was finished. He wasn't a demigod. He was an evolver at the early stage of the illumination realm. Not long ago, he thought he was dead, but he didn't know why he was brought out of the ship when the old weasel was wrapped in a beam of light and rushed into the primal chaos. He was lucky to survive. The evolvers from the various races of the universe of the dead felt a chill in their hearts when they heard his resentful voice. They felt that things weren't looking good. I'll set off now and carry out a great purge. He roared angrily. He was very crazy because he was going to die. In fact, he really didn't want to die, but he had no chance at all because he was entangled by the strange substance. Crack! Suddenly, the void split open and a few figures rushed out. They threw purple and lustrous objects at him, and then fled into the wormhole for their lives. Rumble. This evolver at the illumination realm was entangled by a wisp of the strange substance. He was very weak, and even his reaction and movements were severely delayed. He didn't dodge and was hit directly. There was a dazzling light and a deafening sound. The universe was blasted through. This was actually 3 heavenly thunder amethysts at the illumination realm. All of them hit him and killed him just like that. This wasn't much of a threat to an evolver at the Illumination realm during normal times. How could someone who wasn't at the same level pose a threat to them? It was just like how it was difficult for Chu Feng to kill old Tingo and the others with a green calabash. Now, this expert at the Illumination realm couldn't dodge and was blasted to death. The main reason was that his soul light was entangled by the gray substance. The entire universe was silent. This was simply a sudden reversal. Everyone was dumbfounded as they didn't expect such a scene to actually happen. They originally thought that the underworld universe was about to face a great calamity and be massacred. After all the top figures had died in battle, and no one could resist anymore. Who would have thought that this vicious person would die right away? Haha, that's great. This is retribution. A fish that slipped through the net relied on his merits and fortune. What happened in the end? Who asked you to pretend? You were beaten to death as soon as you showed your head. It's good that you died. You were grieved to death. I'll send you on your way to meet your grandfather now. The underworld universe was filled with cheers. Everyone felt incomparably carefree and let out a long breath of depression. Even the tragic atmosphere from the few powerhouses who had died in battle earlier had been diluted a little. However, a sigh resounded and shook the sea of stars. It caused the primal chaos to split open and automatically disperse, revealing a vast expanse of land. In that primal chaos, an old man appeared sitting cross-legged on a lotus throne. He had a pair of very long white eyebrows that were more than a foot long and drooped down. His hair was sparse with only a few strands, and he could almost be considered bald. There were a few people beside him. They were all young men and women, as well as middle-aged people. All of them were in high spirits. In addition, the old weasel was also sitting cross-legged on a praying mat beside him. Even though he had escaped with his life, this divine master Huang still looked flustered and very unnatural. Previously, divine master Huang had escaped. Apart from the protection of the divine talisman, the main reason was that this old man sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne had made a move. At this moment, all the evolvers of the various races in the underworld universe shut their mouths. No one was celebrating anymore. It was quiet all of a sudden, and a thick haze appeared in everyone's hearts. They were in complete despair. How was this possible? There was still someone in the primal chaos. Furthermore, this old man with eyebrows that were more than a foot long and was almost bald didn't look like an ordinary evolver at a glance. He was too calm. I've startled divine master Huang. The white-browed old man spoke and comforted the old weasel. Thank you, God Su Hong, for saving me. The old weasel returned the salute and said gratefully. Otherwise, he would really have been in trouble. When these words spread, everyone in every part of the underworld universe felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. They felt a chill from head to toe. What did they hear? This was a god. Su Hong, a god-grade expert from the Yang realm. Who could match him? According to the Yang realm, under normal circumstances, unless the cultivators of this universe were a realm higher than the Yang realm's people, they wouldn't be able to fight against the evolvers of the Yang realm. The Thunder God, the Sky Blade, and the Red Spider Lily were so strong, but they could only be considered exceptions. Otherwise, how could the old Heavenly Hound, Black Crow, and the others kill so many Illuminati experts in the chaotic universe? Now that a god had come, how were they going to fight against him? It made people feel completely disheartened, and they didn't have the strength to resist at all. Su Hong sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and was as motionless as a mountain. He didn't enter the underworld universe and suppressed his own energy. He didn't dare to emit god-grade energy waves because he had done experiments before. The big abyss would swallow god-grade energy. He was as steady as a rock. He sighed softly again and said, I thought there would be one or two more Illuminati-ine spirits. At this moment, everyone was horrified as they all realized something. The Yang Realm Illuminati expert, who only had half a body left, was saved by Su Hong. He deliberately left him alive so that he could force the underworld universe to lure out the last big fish. In the end, only a few legendary figures rushed over. They were all at the Saint Realm and threw out violet heavenly thunder crystals at the Illuminati realm. At this moment, the void rumbled. It was only then that people noticed that the space in the distance was sealed by the laws. It was the coordinates where the few legendary figures opened the wormhole. Crack! That place split open and a few elders fell out. They couldn't escape. They were all fixed there and were now released. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These people flew backward and rushed into the primal chaos. The god Su Hong used an indescribable divine ability to restrain them in front of him. He looked at them again and said, "You are all people with integrity. You are not afraid of death and dare to attack Illuminati with your lowly bodies. You are worthy of respect. I'll give you a quick death. Be on your way." His eyes flashed and pierced through these people like a sharp sword. Not only did he see through the secrets in their soul light, but he also killed them and turned them all into dust. The few famous figures of virtue and prestige in the underworld universe were all saints, but they were so weak in front of such a person from the Yang realm that it made one's heart ache. His eyes flashed, and the bodies and souls of these people were destroyed. In the face of absolute power, all struggles were lowly, futile, and powerless. Everyone from the underworld completely lost confidence. They never expected that even the gods from the Yang realm would appear and keep watch in the primal chaos. There would be no suspense next. After thinking about it carefully, everyone could only sigh. Even the chaotic universe with gods was suppressed. How could the evolvers from the Yang realm not have experts of this level? At this moment, even Chu Feng felt a sense of powerlessness. He stood there silently and didn't move at all. In the end, a whole ship of people died. It was too sudden, and it was accompanied by a strange substance. Even I couldn't save them in time, nor did I have the strength to fully touch the ship, said Su Hong. Then he raised his head and put away that wisp of regret. Chu Feng, come over. I won't take your life. I only want something in your hand. Su Hong's snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly as he said this calmly. His eyes were deep, as if he wanted to see through the starry sky of the underworld universe. Chu Feng was silent and didn't respond. At this moment, the primal chaos mist curled up again, causing the old man on the lotus seat to become somewhat blurry. His bald head was very bright, and he sat there quietly without moving. One of the men and women standing beside him spoke. A young man spoke with a calm voice and an indifferent expression. Chu Feng, I was entrusted by junior sister Linoy. Originally, after seeing you, I wanted to help you on your journey and guide you into the Tao. However, I already know that you killed the Dai Tengu, ambushed the disciples of the four religions, and provoked the Yang realm again and again. I'm already powerless. Your crimes are unforgivable. When Chu Feng heard the news about Linoy, his heart trembled and he thought of many things. Back then, she left Mount Lao and was never heard from again. He didn't expect that she actually had a connection with the Yang realm. However, he soon calmed down. He looked at the indifferent young man and felt an indescribable feeling. Chapter 9:37. The young lady's tone was calm, but it was full of contempt, preaching, and intimidation. This made the evolvers of the Yin realm feel indignant. But what could they say? Now, the situation was worse than the person. The situation of this world was worrying, and it was indeed not a match for the people of the Yang realm. This made people feel powerless and even somewhat hopeless. Chu Feng didn't say anything and looked up at the cold, starry sky. It was very dark, and only a few dim stars could be seen. Don't worry, I'll give you time to think, said Su Hong. He wore a gentle smile on his face as he sat cross-legged on the lotus throne. His foot-long white eyebrows drooped, and his entire being was calm and peaceful. Although he looked easygoing and had a smile on his face, no one thought he was a good person. If he didn't get a satisfactory answer, he was bound to make a move. Just a moment ago, a few legendary martial saints had been instantly killed by his gaze while he was smiling. After a short period of silence in the depths of the starry sky, people were guessing how Chu Feng would choose. Now, they really couldn't see any hope, and there was no way out. Chu Feng seemed to be standing on a lonely rock in hell. One step forward was an abyss, and one step back was also an abyss with faintly discernible waves of magma. Who could resist a god when he came? At this moment, all the evolvers who stood on Chu Feng's side felt that the whole sky had lost its luster. Life was so gloomy, and there was a suffocating and despairing sense of oppression. On a small planet in a certain remote galaxy, the originally scattered black yak, yellow cattle, old donkey, and the others gathered again. They were all worried about Chu Feng. They were anxious. Was there really no hope? Perhaps there's only a ray of light if we ask that person from the great abyss to take action, said Lady Shi. This was the only candidate they could think of after discussing. The heavenly blade was broken, and the god of thunder's blood splashed across the starry sky. These powerhouses were all dead, and there were no more experts in the Yin realm. Moreover, even if those heroes were to come back to life, they wouldn't be a match for a god. The Black Yak frowned and felt that it was difficult. Is that person in the great abyss? Princess Yao Yao? According to Chu Feng, her eyes were absent-minded and her gaze was unfocused, as if she was wandering in the abyss out of instinct. It was very difficult to summon her. At the same time, they thought that even if that woman was the physical body left behind by Yao Yao from ancient times, her body would most likely be very strong, but her spiritual willpower hadn't reached the god level. On the other hand, a true god-level expert had arrived in the mortal realm. At this moment, the old donkey was grumbling. Some people in the Yang realm had death substitution talismans, which made him very indignant. Big Black Yak, Lady Shi, Yellow Cattle, and the others ignored him. Ouyang Feng cast a sidelong glance at the old donkey and said, "You're from an aristocratic family of scholars? Even ordinary people can think of this problem. What's there to complain about? It's obvious." Even the celestial venerables themselves were afraid and unwilling to descend into the netherworld universe. Naturally, they had to give the Pathfinders a death substitution talisman to ensure that they could survive. Otherwise, who would be willing to give their lives to the best of their abilities? It was just that the death substitution talisman was too precious, and it was impossible to give it to everyone. Yellow Cattle said, "When the great abyss sucked away the celestial venerable's decree, it was a shock to the people of the Yang realm. Their top experts didn't dare to cross over. I think that God is also very cautious and doesn't dare to walk out of the primal chaos. They believe that only the great abyss could save Chu Feng now. There was an unfathomable source of energy there, but no one could awaken everything there, so how could they activate and stimulate it? Time was pressing, and they had a quick and urgent discussion, but they didn't have any effective methods. In the end, Lady She stood up and said, "It seems that I need to go there personally and try to stop it." At the same time, she also bid farewell to these people. Originally, she was also destined to return to the Yang realm. And this time, those people most likely wouldn't dare to attack her if she rushed over, but they might not listen to her dissuasion. Instead, they would forcefully bring her back to the Yang realm and send her to her family to form a good relationship with her bloodline. Lady Shi's family had a great background in the Yang realm, but the development of the matter exceeded everyone's expectations. The change was too fast. Mist surged in the primal chaos as another vermilion ship appeared. It stuck close to the celestial venerable's decree and approached the Yin realm. A person stood on this not-so-big ancient ship. He looked young, but he was incomparably calm. His hands were behind his back, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of divine rings. He was extremely dignified. No matter how one looked at it, this didn't seem like a youth. He was too quiet and unmoving like a mountain. Not even a single strand of hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a stone sculpture, but also like a divine statue. "Senior brother Jiang Zhou, you've also come." Su Hong spoke. His snow-white eyebrows were slightly raised as he greeted the young man on the vermilion ship. This was an expert that even he had to call senior brother. Without a doubt, this was a god-level character. Another unshakable super-expert had arrived, causing the people of the Yin realm to completely lose their morale. They didn't even hope for miracles anymore. So what do they have to fight with? "Su Hong, I haven't seen you in 100 years, but you're still as elegant as ever." The young-looking Jiangzhou on the Vermilion ship spoke. They didn't belong to the same celestial venerables. Right now, the two of them were only calling each other out of courtesy. Only now did people notice that there was an old man sitting cross-legged on a praying mat beside Jiangzhou. He had a head of white hair and was very calm with his eyes closed. There were many tortoise shells beside this old man. He had been deducing something not long ago. On the other side, the old weasel instantly understood that this was an expert in the field of divination. He was at least a divine master and was only above him, not below him. The celestial venerable's Tao body has descended, and they won't allow us to compromise with the Yin spirits. Jiangzhou spoke again, and this time he revealed such an explosive piece of news. Not to mention the people of the Yin realm. Even Su Hong, who came from the Yang realm, was shocked and then trembled. As for the Yin realm, while the cultivators of all races were shocked, their souls were palpitating. They felt a chill from head to toe. This was beyond their imagination. The celestial venerables had arrived. The Yin realm had no idea how strong an evolver of this level was. They only knew that they were existences that looked down on all kinds of experts in the Yang realm and were known as the ancestors of a region. This is the Tao body of the supreme martial celestial venerables? Su Hong's voice trembled as he asked. Jiangzhou nodded and told them that this was a Tao body that had fused with an innate divine item. It had already descended into the chaotic universe and was waiting for the result. Regardless of whether it was Su Hong or the old weasel, both of their scalps went numb. This kind of ancestor-level existence actually personally descended into the world. This was too shocking. Although it was only an innate Tao body and not the real body, it was enough to prove that the celestial venerables attached great importance to this matter and wanted a certain item from the Yin realm. At the same time, the people of the Yang realm realized that the Yin realm was most likely going to have a reign of blood and excitement. Before the supreme martial celestial venerables rose to power, his Tao companion was killed by a ghost. He hated Yin's spirits the most. Sure enough, Jiangzhou spoke and said, "What do you mean by not killing and giving the people of the Yin realm time to consider? This is meaningless. The supreme martial celestial clan will not give them the chance to bargain." When he said these words, his killing intent surged. At that moment, Chu Feng's heart went cold. He was secretly contacting Blackie, Yellow Cattle, and the others. He told them not to think of any methods and to quickly disperse to avoid a disaster. Although he was angry in his heart, he had to admit that in front of absolute strength, everything seemed so pale and powerless. There was simply no way to resist. "We will disperse and protect ourselves, but you quickly go to the abyss," Yellow Cattle anxiously suggested. They wouldn't try to stop a chariot like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in a situation where death was certain. However, they were truly worried for Chu Feng. This was a hopeless situation. Even the Yang realm, celestial venerables' Tao bodies had descended. Even if the abyss were to awaken, it wouldn't be able to change anything, right? At the edge of the primal chaos, Su Hong thought to himself. Sure enough, after the disciples of the supreme martial celestial clan came, they would stir up a rain of blood and foul wind. Jiangzhou looked young, but he was very calm and unmoving like a boulder. At that moment, he only spoke indifferently and said, "Su Hong, why bother? I know you're not killing him now, just to play it safe. You want to obtain the treasures on him first, but you'll still have to kill him afterward. We're different. We're more direct. We do whatever we think in our hearts." Then he spoke frankly to the underworld cosmos. He needed all the information regarding Chu Feng and wanted to understand the people and things related to him. This was to make a move against Chu Feng. Moreover, this was also to make some evolvers surrender. Without a doubt, Jiangzhou already knew about Chu Feng. From the fact that he brought along that powerful diviner with him, he knew that he had come prepared. The underworld was silent, and every race was in awe. Everyone understood that a great revolution had arrived. The people of Yang realm were seething with murderous intent, and even the celestial venerables had come in person. Even if the celestial venerables didn't come and only stayed in the chaotic universe, it was enough to show their attitude. This was an upheaval of a supremely terrifying level. After the silence, some people were angry. The people of the Yang realm were unscrupulous, and it made people feel humiliated. At the same time, there were also people who were silent and felt powerless. There were even famous figures who started to cry. They felt that this day was too dark. No matter what they did or how hard they tried, they couldn't change the current situation. God of Thunder, Skyblade, Zhang Kong, there was an extremely old big name that had survived from the ancient times. He couldn't help but shed tears and sob. He felt great pity for the deaths of the God of Thunder, Skyblade, and the others. Even though those heroes died, they still couldn't change anything. The blood of those people hadn't even dried before they passed away. In the end, the reality of the underworld cosmos became even more cruel. After the blood of those powerhouses splashed across the starry sky, what should come would still come. The enemy was still there, and they were even more powerful. Some people looked up at the sky and felt that it was too gray. The whole world and their entire lives lacked brilliance. However, there were countless evolvers and all kinds of people. There were also people who were excited and slightly trembling. Some races even sent out representatives. Very soon, at the edge of the underworld cosmos, some people wore black cloaks and covered their whole bodies. They went to meet the people of the Yang realm and immediately presented all kinds of information. Yes, I understand. Jiang Zhou nodded. When they saw this scene, many people from all over the universe felt their bodies go cold. Different people made different choices. Many evolvers realized that Chu Feng's ending might be very miserable and that he would be forced to the end of the road. It's really sad. A magnificent cosmos has actually fallen to such a state. There are only a few outsiders, but they're already suppressing us to the point where we can't even raise our heads. What kind of era is this? What kind of sorrow is this? Those who lower their heads and have no backbone. I'm not saying that you guys don't have integrity, but I just feel that being born in this world is too sad. Some famous figures stood out, and their voices trembled in the starry sky. All of them were in great pain, but they couldn't change anything. At this moment, Jiang Zhou used his powerful soul light to see through everything and understand all the information. He then raised his head and said, "Perhaps you guys are very unconvinced, but this is reality. This is a narrow space, nothing more than a pond. You guys can't see a wider world." Then he revealed a smile for the first time, but his white teeth made him look somewhat terrifying. He said, "Chu Feng, your rise to power can be considered fast. Perhaps you think you're the chosen one of the starry skies, but I want to speak the truth. You're not bad in this small pond, but you're still lacking when compared to the youngsters overflowing with talent in the Yang realm. You're not worthy of US showing mercy and nurturing you." Perhaps these words were very ear-piercing, but this was reality. The Celestial Venerable asked me to leave behind some Een realm seeds, but unfortunately, you're not worthy of my discerning eyes. Leave the treasure and go on your way. At this time, Lady Shi arrived. She opened her arms and stopped him without fear. The little princess of the Zhou family. Someone was astonished and recognized her immediately. Lady Shi had been missing for a long time. The Zhou family of the Yang realm was a colossus and had once issued a sky-high bounty to find her whereabouts. Regardless of whether it was Su Hong, Jiang Zhou, or the old weasel, they were all rather astonished and revealed odd expressions. This was an unexpected surprise. There would definitely be generous rewards for sending her back. Jiang Zhou calmly listened to Lady Shi's narration, but he quickly refused and said, "Princess Shi, I'll send you back to the Yang realm. Don't participate in the matters here. It's too complicated." As he spoke, he sealed Lady Shi and sent her into the cabin. Then Jiang Zhou walked out and looked at the old man sitting cross-legged on the praying mat beside him. He revealed a look of respect and whispered a few words to him, asking him for guidance on something. In an instant, Jiang Zhou raised his head and looked at the sea of stars because the old man had told him a coordinate. "Chu Feng, I'll send you on your way," Jiang Zhou said calmly as a phantom flew out from within his body. He didn't dare to move his real body and only activated a mirror-level incarnation to enter the Een realm universe. Then, there was a boom in a certain part of the Sea of Stars. A large silver-white hand waved down and covered this part of the universe, covering many planets beneath it. This was the terrifying character of the Yang realm. Jiangzhou launched a ruthless attack on Chu Feng. Chapter 9:38. Meteors flew in all directions, stained with blood. The planets in this region were covered in blood, and some vital planets were split into pieces. They were easily destroyed by that large hand. This was the habitat of the fire ape race. It was a high-level planet of a level 7 civilization. More than 10 billion fire apes had perished, and their blood had splashed across the starry skies. In this region, there were 2 planets that belonged to the human race. Both of them were exuberant, green, and rich with spiritual energy. These were 2 high-level planets that belonged to a level 6 evolutionary civilization. However, they had disintegrated and tens of billions of people had died. The moment the calamity appeared, the famed mountains and great rivers cracked like porcelain and then exploded. Many cultivators from some famous evolutionary sects rushed into the sky, but they couldn't change their fates. Like dumplings, they fell from the sky in droves, stained with blood. They died one after another under the unfathomable pressure of the outer realm's energy. The entire firmament was dyed with blood. Especially when that large hand descended and gradually approached, it became even more terrifying. Even from a distance, the mountains and rivers were collapsing. All the living beings on the ground, regardless of whether they were humans or evolvers of other races, were all turned into clouds of bloody mist. As for ordinary people, there was no need to talk about them. They couldn't even make a sound as they disappeared from the ground, leaving behind scarlet specks as they were squeezed into a bloody paste by the energy. It was the end of the world. The starry skies were dimming. Even the sun had exploded, not to mention the others. Jiangzhou had only mobilized one incarnation. He had merely pressed down with one hand, yet this habitable land was drenched in blood. The starry skies had been pierced through by his palm, and nothing was left. Chu Feng. In the distant depths of the universe, the black yak, yellow cattle, and Ouyang Feng were shouting. This was an experience 100 times more terrifying than a nightmare. They had witnessed with their own eyes that the starry skies were surging with bloody light and countless resentful spirits wailing in the world. Buzz! That large hand swiped lightly, and regardless of whether it was the blood or the obsession of billions of creatures, they all vanished into thin air. In the face of absolute power, all unwillingness and humiliation seemed so pale. Jiangzhou's single attack had killed countless people. Billions of humans had been killed, and the fire ape race had also been exterminated. It was a desolate scene. Animal, a famous expert, scolded angrily. But what could they do? Jiangzhou stood in the void with a calm expression. There were no ripples on his face, as if he had just done something insignificant. He was sensing and searching for special items. He was confident that under this palm, no living creature in the universe of this pond could survive. They would all be killed. In reality, in that instant just now, the 2 ancient saints of the fire ape race had soared into the sky, and the 4 quasi-sages of the human race had struggled to charge into the sky. But in the end, they had all fallen back down. These experts were too weak in front of him. Jiangzhou's eyes flickered, and soon after, a glaring beam of light shot out. His heavenly eye blossomed with terrifying symbols as he searched for Chu Feng's remains. In fact, when he launched such an attack, he also activated his most powerful divine instinct to capture the reaction of the treasure and investigate further. Chu Feng, brother, is this your miserable end? Jiangzhou, you son of a bitch. You're a cold-blooded animal that's worse than pigs and dogs. I'll fight my way into the world of the living sooner or later. The bodies of Big Black Yak and the others trembled. Their eyes were bloodshot. It was very difficult for them to accept this cruel reality. It was only a palm, but that side of the starry sky had been pierced through, and Chu Feng had been deduced to be there. This kind of ending made them feel very uncomfortable. The Een Realm universe was deathly silent, and the evolvers of every race felt cold from head to toe. Even their souls seemed to have been sealed in ice, and they had fallen into an ice cellar in hell. On this day, people felt very cold. Even some hot-blooded youths hugged their heads and squatted on the ground, on the verge of collapse. This really dealt a blow to people's faith, and some people cried silently. Some people felt sad for Chu Feng, but even more people felt sad for this cruel reality. They couldn't see any light at all, and this day was too dark. There were only a few people from the Yang realm, yet they could suppress this part of the starry sky to the point where there was no light. This was too lamentable. Chu Feng is dead. Apart from Big Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the others, many evolvers in other places finally realized that the storm in the great era of change was very fierce. In people's minds, Chu Feng was like a tenacious creature that couldn't be beaten to death. He had endured many hardships and never died, but now he couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Zhou. The difference was too great. Jiang Zhou searched, but he actually couldn't find any special objects left behind. Time flowed backward. Not long ago, Chu Feng's heart was suppressed to the extreme, and he experienced a calamity of extinction. He immediately took out the stone box and put himself inside, hiding inside. Qin Luoyin's corpse and himself were inside the stone box, and it could barely fit inside. After that, the big hand arrived the instant he closed the box. The void shattered, and the stone box drew an indescribable trajectory. There wasn't the slightest energy fluctuation as it rushed into the crack in the starry sky and disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Zhou's spiritual soul light erupted and enveloped all things. Moreover, the big hand restrained all matter, including the things in the crack in the void. Heaven's things obscured themselves. Although Chu Feng was in the box, he felt the changes in space. It was as if he was escaping far away at an extremely fast speed, and his heart wasn't calm at all. He had always known that the stone box wasn't simple, and now it was continuously proven that this item was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. In the end, the stone box left along the crack in space and rushed into an ineffable star field. It was as if it had walked through a wormhole. Jiang Zhou didn't know or sense anything. His powerful soul light couldn't sense anything. This astonished him. He searched this part of the starry sky for a long time, but he didn't discover anything all along. At the edge of the primal chaos, Jiang Zhou's true body received the feedback. His eyes lit up as he felt that it had exceeded his expectations. He lowered his head and consulted the old man sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. Heaven's things don't appear, and the supreme treasure obscures itself. That artifact has awakened slightly and is being used by that Een spirit. That old man on the scarlet ship spoke. He opened his eyes and deduced the situation. An item that even a celestial deity yearned for naturally had its terrifying and extraordinary aspects. After Jiang Zhou received the hint, he knew that he had been careless. It would have been good if that part of the void had been sealed, and he could have pierced through it with his palm. That treasure could have used this power to escape. No matter, it hasn't truly awakened. It's just a slight indication. Let's deduce a bit more. The old man started after he finished speaking, but very soon he directly coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was burning with divine splendor, and his body withered up a lot in an instant. He fell on the deck with his face ashen. "Old divine teacher, what happened to you?" Jiang Zhou was gobsmacked. The old man was a peak divine teacher level existence, surpassing the old weasel. This item is formed by nature and cannot be grasped. Forcefully deducing it will take one's life. The old man sat up with difficulty. His mouth was full of bloody froth, and he still had lingering fears. He opened his mouth again and said, "Fortunately, you guys brought all the information about this Chu Feng and even his remaining blood, as well as his clothes and hair. I'll use him as the main body to deduce. Even if that supreme treasure conceals heaven's mysteries, I can still deduce a trace of the truth. However, I need Taoist Huang's help. When the old weasel heard this, he directly got up. He was also a divine teacher that was invited over, and while he was unconvinced, he also wanted to do his best to give a heavenly deity's disciple some face. The two of them joined hands. In front of them, large amounts of tortoise shells shone, and then they burned. Then they both coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and in that instant they were all skin and bones. This shocked everyone. How could seizing heaven's mysteries be this terrifying? It was even more dangerous than a life and death battle. Even more terrifying. Pooh! The old divine teacher fell on his back and fainted. The weasel cried out and also spat out blood as he fell onto the deck. His eyes were unfocused, and he continuously swung his large tail. Everyone hurriedly treated them. Only after a period of bustling about did the two great divine teachers wake up. How formidable! That supreme treasure is too heaven-defying. Even deducing Chu Feng almost made this old man suffer a calamity. It truly is terrifying. Chu Feng should have been covered by that mysterious object, and that is why it wasn't easy to make a divination. However, there are some clues. The old divine teacher spoke, giving them a rough coordinate. The weasel nodded, feeling a wave of lingering fear. Just now, the two of them were actually so dangerous. He felt a type of fear and powerlessness, and he truly didn't want to continue. This location is inauspicious. Everyone's expressions changed. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Zhou, Su Hong, or the two great divine teachers, their expressions were all unsightly. That was because that place wasn't very far from the Great Abyss. At this time, after Chu Feng felt calm, he immediately opened the stone box to reveal a crack. After seeing where it was, he drew in a breath of cold air. After passing through the crack in the starry sky, he actually arrived at this place. It was the Great Abyss. He rapidly crossed the void and approached the Great Abyss. In reality, he had already realized that there was no one in the Yin realm who could fight against the people from the Yang realm. Perhaps this was the only place that could make the divine-level experts feel apprehensive. How can I let you guys do as you wish? If there's really no other way, I'll throw the stone box into the Great Abyss. Chu Feng stood at the edge of the Great Abyss and felt a terrifying suction force. If it wasn't for the stone box in his bosom, he would have been directly swallowed up. At the same time, there was a powerful radioactive substance here, as well as a terrifying energy. Swoosh! He entered the stone box once again. There were many star remains in this area that had been assimilated by the energy of the Great Abyss. They floated in the dark void and were riddled with holes from the radiation. This place absorbed energy and also produced a terrifying radiation. Chu Feng hid here. If the situation wasn't right, he was prepared to rush into the Great Abyss at any time and leave nothing behind. Jiang Zhou arrived almost in a flash. His movements were too fast, and his enormous figure far exceeded the size of a star. He stood there, but he didn't dare to release divine-level energy and only used his incarnation at the Illuminator level. Chu Feng, you're quite lucky to have escaped to this place. But this time, there's no future. I'll sweep through every inch of the void and catch you. Now, the whole world was paying attention to Jiang Zhou. After knowing that he had arrived outside the Great Abyss, everyone was shocked and was still looking for Chu Feng. Demon King Chu hadn't been killed? Suddenly, there was a clamor in the starry sky. Some hot-blooded youths raised their heads again. Now, they were incomparably longing for Chu Feng to survive. This could also be considered the last hope of their resistance. Live, you must live on. Many people murmured softly. They were incomparably nervous because this seemed to be related to some kind of obsession in their hearts. Previously, these people were in despair and thought that there was no hope in the netherworld. Their beliefs had collapsed, but now it was like they were grasping at the last straw. Even though they still couldn't see the light of dawn, they still couldn't help but want to reach out and grab it. Jiang Zhou's soul light was too majestic. It swept through this region and couldn't reach far. There wasn't any substance that could hide from his soul light as it covered every inch of space. But to his surprise, he still couldn't find it. The heavens are concealing themselves to the extreme. My soul light should be close, but it's still being deceived. In that case, I'll personally go through every substance. Jiang Zhou had a smile on his face. He wasn't disappointed, but he was getting more and more interested. He raised his hand, and many broken star remains flew into his large hand rapidly. One by one, they were turned into fine powder by him. He was searching carefully and wanted to turn this place over. Chu Feng sighed softly. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore and that he would be involved very soon. In reality, that enormous soul light just now was overly cautious and didn't dare to approach the pitch-black boundary of the great abyss. Otherwise, the stone box might have been discovered. But Chu Feng knew that as time went on, Jiang Zhou would definitely be in danger. He might even dare to pry into the great abyss and would definitely discover him. Chu Feng put the stone box into his bosom and walked to the edge of the great abyss on his own. Most of his body was in there, and he was prepared to sink down at any time. Jiang Zhou turned around. Even though he was very far away, what kind of character was he? He reacted immediately and discovered Chu Feng's vital signs. Chapter 9:39. Jiang Zhou wore a calm and composed smile on his face. Everything was under his control, and he was sure that the object was on Chu Feng's body. The abyss was dark and quiet. Normally, there were no waves. It was the most terrifying place in the Yin realm where no one was willing to step foot. But now, it had become the focus of the whole world. Unfortunately, even the heavenly I couldn't capture a clear image. Moreover, it was intermittent. Chu Feng sighed softly. He didn't expect to fall to this step. There was really no way out. His expression was calm as he began to sink. Since he had no choice, he would throw himself into the abyss. He definitely wouldn't hand over the stone box. Wait a moment. Jiang Zhou's expression changed when he saw how resolute he was. He didn't dare to use laws that were too powerful here. Moreover, they were so far away. If he really attacked, he was afraid he would lose the stone box completely if he couldn't imprison Chu Feng. Animal, what else do you want to say? Chu Feng spoke. At this point, there was really no need to say anything more. There was also no need to give this person a good attitude. He would never forget that palm not long ago. Jiang Zhou had destroyed 3 vital planets and killed billions of lives. It was too cold-blooded and cruel. At that moment, Chu Feng's heart twitched and his eyes turned red. However, he was powerless to change anything. The people of the Yang realm didn't treat the creatures of this universe as humans and killed them casually. To Jiang Zhou, the destruction of billions of people was like crushing ants. He didn't feel guilty at all. If you jump into the abyss, your friends will die miserably. This isn't a threat, but a fact. Jiang Zhou's smile was a little cold. Shock and anger appeared on Chu Feng's face. Although he knew the other party wasn't a good person and had already guessed all kinds of possibilities, this kind of experience was still unbearable. This was his weakness, but could he compromise? He really wasn't willing. In this life, I'll go first. Chu Feng clenched his teeth and was about to jump into the abyss. Wait, I don't want them to die. I never threatened people, and I disdain doing so. I'm just telling you a fact. Why don't you die a little later? Take a look at my decision first. Actually, I don't want to kill. Jiang Zhou stopped him. His words were neither hurried nor slow, and he was very calm. At the same time, at the edge of the primal chaos, the old priest and the weasel had already finished their deductions. They told Jiang Zhou and Su Hong some coordinates. Very soon, Jiang Zhou's incarnation received feedback from the Great Abyss. He revealed a faint smile and told Chu Feng where the Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, Zhou Quan, and Yellow Cattle were hiding. These people had all been divined and had nowhere to hide. Chu Feng's pupils constricted and his body stiffened. He really wanted to jump into the abyss, but he hesitated. If he jumped, what would happen to those people? He knew that the other party wanted to break down his firm conviction step by step, to make him turn back and walk out of the abyss. At this moment, Jiang Zhou was very gentle. He revealed a smile and transmitted his voice. Why don't we do a test? You're going to die anyway. So let's test the good and evil of human nature at the last moment. Let's test whether the friendship between you people is firm or not. After that, he turned around and said to the evolvers from the realm universe, "Now, Chu Feng is here. Is there anyone willing to come here and die in his place? As long as it's Chu Feng's good friends or those who have close relations with him dare to come here, I'll let Chu Feng go. Of course, you have to die yourself and die in Chu Feng's place," Jiang Zhou emphasized, calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. After Chu Feng saw this scene, he immediately sank into the abyss. He didn't want the other party to realize such malicious thoughts. It was too sinister. It's just a test of human nature. If you stay there, I won't kill a single one of you. If you jump down, I'll kill them all. Jiang Zhou quickly transmitted his voice using soul light. He was completely nervous inside and was afraid that all his efforts would be in vain. Chu Feng's gaze was ice cold, and he was incomparably hostile. At the last moment, he floated there and endured it. That was because he saw a speck of white light emerging at the bottom of the endless darkness of the abyss, and it was slowly rising. F***CK, your grandpa's heretic god from the Yang realm. At this moment, Big Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the others couldn't help but curse. They knew that they couldn't save Chu Feng even if they rushed over. Now that Jiang Zhou was so unbridled and said such a thing, he was completely toying with them. The so-called ugliness and kindness of human nature and the test of friendship were all excuses and tools. In reality, he wanted to torture everyone and break down Chu Feng's fighting spirit. Even though I know you're a shameless bastard, your grandpa Ox still can't help but stand out. If I go over, will you let Chu Feng go? Me too. Yellow Cattle and the others also stood out. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Gods from the Yang realm, your grandpa a donkey greets the 18 generations of females in your family. The group was furious and cursed here. We don't have much time. We only need one person at the moment. Is there anyone willing to die in place of Chu Feng? Jiang Zhou wore a faint smile on his face as he asked again and faced the Yin realm. I'm the Mastiff King of Kunlun Mountain. My current coordinates are... The Mastiff King spoke on the Black Blood platform. He roared and stood out directly, expressing that he was willing to die in place of Chu Feng. Your grandpa Ox is also here. Almost at the same time, Big Black Yak and the others started to speak, but the Mastiff King was the first to stand out. There's no need to say more. Jiang Zhou sneered and disappeared from outside the abyss. But the next moment, he returned very quickly, carrying the Mastiff King. At this level, it was too easy to move unhindered through the starry skies. I'll kill all 19 generations of your ancestors. Big Black Yak and the others glared so hard that their eyes were about to split open. They roared one after another. Through the intermittent images captured by the heavenly eye, all of them were seething with anger. That was because they saw Jiang Zhou cruelly carrying the Mastiff King. He broke many of the bones in his body and threw him at the edge of the abyss. His whole body was covered in blood. These people were extremely furious. They wanted to drive the ancestral demon's cauldron over and fight it out with him. Don't come. Chu Feng's eyes were also bloodshot, but he still roared like this. He knew that even if he was hot-blooded and had an unyielding will to fight, it was useless. In the end, he wasn't a match and could only die in vain. The Mastiff King also spoke weakly and said, "Don't come. There's no need to follow the path that the Yang realm evil god has arranged. I stood out like this to prove that he's very disgusting. You're Jiang Zhou, right? Your grandpa Mastiff King is here. Do you have the guts? Will you let my brother, Chu Feng, go?" Brother. A group of great demons shouted in the starry skies. Yao Yao, is that you? Come quickly. In the abyss, Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly and looked at the dark depths of the Forbidden Land. He hoped that the white light was the reappearance of the ancient Yao Yao's corporeal body. And at this moment, he was incomparably eager to become stronger. In the end, in this world, strength spoke louder. What was black or white? What was good or evil? Without a sufficiently powerful trump card, everything he said was pale and powerless. Zhou looked at the Mastiff King and said, I'm a man of my word. You came to die in Chu Feng's place, so I'll let him go for now and not take his life. Yes, you can go on your way. Stop, shouted Chu Feng. The other party was too vicious. These were words that stabbed at his heart. He wanted to let him see a bloody scene and force him to submit. What did he say about not intimidating or threatening? Naturally, it was all false. He wanted to let him see this kind of cruel scene and shake his heart. I hate it when people talk to me like this, said Zhou calmly. Moreover, with a snap of his fingers, the Mastiff King exploded and a bloody mist scattered. Zhou, you mother ***. Chu Feng wanted nothing more than to produce divine energy and kill him immediately. His eyes were in pain, and his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. It was too unbearable. The Mastiff King had rushed over to die in his place. Yet he was killed just like this. Zhou laughed and said, You hate me and loathe me. So what? Do you have that kind of power? An ant howling in front of a deity can only appear petty and laughable. Then he pointed out with a finger. The Mastiff King's bloody mist turned into ashes and completely disappeared, but a weak soul light was left behind. The Mastiff King's true spirit hadn't been extinguished and was still here. This Mastiff can be considered to have a strong sense of brotherhood. He really dared to come and throw away his life for you. Yes, not bad. Zhou looked at the great abyss and said to Chu Feng, Now I'll give you guys another chance. This Mastiff will die in your place, but it won't be considered complete annihilation. If you come up and die in place of this Mastiff once, no, you just have to offer him your blood and carry out a blood sacrifice. I'll let his soul light go, and recovering won't be a problem. Evil God from the Yang realm, you're disgusting, aren't you? You don't keep your word, and now you're still shamelessly threatening me. Do you still have any shame? The Mastiff King bellowed. Even though his soul light was very dim, he was still unyielding. At the same time, he looked at Chu Feng and said, Brother, don't pay attention to him. Back then, people from the Great Qi dynasty rushed over from Earth's Laozhan star passage, and I was captured alive by them. It was you who saved me. Even if I die for you once today, I'm willing to do so. Don't come over. Back then, a maid from the Great Qi dynasty had captured the Mastiff King and crippled him. She beat him back to his original form and tied a chain around his neck to humiliate him to the extreme. It was Chu Feng who saved him and healed him. The Mastiff King valued friendship and righteousness. This was originally a friendship that had gone through life and death together. In addition to this, he naturally didn't fear death even more and was willing to help Chu Feng suffer. He's too malicious. Kill him. In the distant star field, the big black yak, yellow cattle, and the others were resentful. They decided to throw caution to the wind and communicated with the demonic ancestral cauldron, asking if it could fight against this so-called god. I'm just a weapon. Even though I was very strong in the past, I've been damaged. And he's an evolver who's suppressed from the god realm to the illuminator realm. I'm definitely not his match. The demonic ancestral cauldron spoke frankly, but in the end, under everyone's urging and pleading, it gathered the scattered people together and carried them on their way. Mother ***, throw caution to the wind. If we're going to die, then we'll die together. Let's go slaughter the god. A group of people shouted. A hazy white light suddenly rushed up from the great abyss. Yao, is that you? Kill him. The blood in Chu Feng's body was boiling with anger. He transmitted his voice over there and called out to the woman who rushed out from the great abyss. Zhou retreated explosively and didn't care about anything else. A creature actually rushed out from the great abyss and made his hair stand on end. He dodged backward with all his might. However, it was too fast. It was so fast that even Zhou was shocked. How could there be evolvers with such speed in this universe? Chi! The sound of a sword being drawn reverberated outside the great abyss. The brilliant sword light was like the sun in the sky. It was too glaring and illuminated the darkness as it came toward Zhou. He was dodging at high speed, but at this moment he was still panicking. It made even a character like him feel a great sense of crisis. He actually couldn't dodge it. Puffed. A sword came slashing over. Blood gushed out from his neck, and his head flew out diagonally. It had actually been chopped off. He went to write again and began to restore the first 2 chapters. Chapter 940. Jiang Zhou roared furiously. This was the first time he had lost his composure. His head had been chopped off by a single sword. Swoosh! The head flew backward, and the body was also moving horizontally. The two quickly pieced together in an attempt to reform the body of a mirror image. Jiang Zhou's reaction was indeed fast, as expected of a god-level consciousness. His whole body glowed, and his neck healed. The blood flowed back into his body, and his aura rose sharply to the limit of illumination. However, a white light flashed on the opposite side. That lady was graceful and ethereal. She swooped down once again with a rainbow-like sword light. "You still want to succeed?" Jiang Zhou's expression was gloomy. He used a great divine ability, and the void blurred. It seemed to be within reach, but the two of them were separated by a dimensional space. This was the short distance yet worlds apart technique. At the same time, a group of people on the Vermilion ship in the chaotic zone at the edge of the Een Realm universe cried out in alarm. The light in Jiang Zhou's true body's eyes rose sharply. He immediately issued an order for the mirror image evolvers to move toward the abyss to kill that lady. His body dimmed, and he once again split into an incarnation. This was his limit, and his vitality was greatly damaged. At the same time, the god-level expert, Su Hong, also split into 2 incarnations and set off. Since they already knew that the object that even celestial venerables desired was in Chu Feng's possession, there was no better time than now. They had to get their hands on it. In addition, there were 8 more mirror image evolvers who followed the incarnations of the 2 god-level powerhouses. Outside the abyss, the brilliant sword light was as dazzling as metal burning. It illuminated the starry sky, pierced through the so-called dimensional space, and slashed again. Jiang Zhou's divine ability was ineffective as it was broken by a single sword. It wasn't a flying sword that could destroy all techniques, but rather the user wielding a divine sword that was 3 feet long, killing all enemies. With a puff, Jiang Zhou's eyes widened in horror. His neck was slashed open again, and a large head flew out. He was furious, and at the same time, panic rose from the depths of his heart. Who was this person? She could actually behead him twice in a row. This was truly terrifying. The headless body flew backward, and the head also rapidly shuttled through the void. It wanted to escape and reassemble with the body. However, the lady in white was too fast this time. She followed him like a white bolt of lightning and didn't give him chance. The sword light slashed again. Puff! Jiang Zhou was shocked and furious. He had been chopped in half from the waist down, and if his head was added, then he would have been chopped into 3 parts. His heart was filled with fear. He was a god, and even if he was suppressed to the Illuminator realm, he was still more powerful than an evolver of this level. He was definitely considered a demigod. However, right now, he was actually first beheaded and then chopped in half at the waist, unable to defend himself. Jiang Zhou's first guess was that this woman's physical body was too ferocious. Even though she looked so beautiful that it was almost unreal, like a fairy from the heavens, her strength was definitely at the divine level. Divine body. He made a judgment that this lady possessed a god-level physical body. Although her gaze was slightly unfocused, she was definitely at this level. Her physical body was too fast, surpassing the thoughts of an evolver of the Illuminati level. Ah! Jiang Zhou let out a low roar and urged his damaged body with all his might. He still wanted to reconstruct his body of reflection. His blood chi overflowed into the heavens, and all kinds of densely packed golden symbols blossomed here. Even though his damaged body had been chopped in half, he was still using a secret technique to attack the lady in white. If he didn't unleash a powerful trump card, then he wouldn't have a chance and would be killed. At this place, at least 100,000 sharp swords appeared. Every one of them was constructed from a symbol, and in a split second, they transformed into a dazzling rain of swords. They were boundlessly terrifying and incomparably brilliant as they pierced towards the lady in white. The void was pierced through. This was a dance of 100,000 swords that connected the heavens and moved the earth. This was formed from the laws, and order had descended to strangle the opponent. However, the divine sword in the lady's hand trembled. She didn't brandish the sword light, but instead ripples spread outwards with the sword as the center. They were everywhere. This was terrifying. The void seemed to be collapsing, and the rain of swords constructed from the 100,000 symbols clanked and snapped. This mournful wail caused everything to collapse. There was a huge explosion in this space. In the distance, the Black Yak and the others in the demonic ancestral cauldron felt their blood run cold. They brought along the Mastiff King's soul light and fled far away at top speed. In reality, they didn't need to say much. The demonic ancestral cauldron had already made the most correct choice. It avoided this battlefield and disappeared in the blink of an eye with its people. This cauldron's origins were ancient, and it was deeply aware of the ferocity of this place. Back then, the demonic ancestral cauldron was related to this place. In the battlefield, Jiang Zhou roared furiously. At this moment, he felt a heart-rending and bone-splitting pain. The ripples charged over and broke his 100,000 divine swords into pieces. They also attacked him until he was riddled with thousands of holes, and half of his body exploded. Kill. He was reborn from a single drop of blood. His head and ruined body wanted to reassemble and develop a complete body, but at this moment, the sword light was like a waterfall. It was snow white and brilliant as it swept over. Jiang Zhou was cleaved apart by the sword light. His body turned into dozens of pieces, and the sword intent contained terrifying laws that were currently crushing his soul light. No! Jiang Zhou roared furiously. He was truly terrified. He was actually going to be killed here. Besides, when he thought of what kind of place the abyss was, he trembled with fear. The people that jumped out from here were naturally extraordinary. At the same time, at the edge of the universe, in the primal chaos zone, Jiang Zhou's true body roared. He had condensed a total of 2 great incarnations that contained his true soul light. If he were to be strangled, his true body would also be injured and suffer serious losses. If both of his great incarnations died there, it was equivalent to taking away half of his life. At this moment, a group of people charged over. Su Hong's 2 great incarnations, Jiang Zhou's other incarnation, and the 8 illuminators made up a total of 11 people. When they charged over, Jiang Zhou's first incarnation was letting out a desperate roar. Its soul light was penetrated by a sword, and it couldn't escape even if it wanted to. It was burned into ashes and destroyed in both body and soul. In the primal chaos, Jiang Zhou's true body fell on the ground facing the sky as he coughed up blood continuously. And outside the abyss, the true battle had just begun. After the group of people saw the appearance of the white-clothed woman, they were all astonished. Her beauty was exceptional, and her white battle skirt was stained with blood. This was an empty and bright woman, but when she attacked, she was like a war fairy that was incomparably swift and fierce. Did you guys feel it? Her corporeal body is at the divine level, but there's a problem with her spiritual willpower. Take advantage of this flaw to kill her, said Su Hong. I knew it. This universe suppresses the divine level, and it's impossible for evolvers of this level to appear. Quickly finish her off, said Jiang Zhou's second incarnation with hatred. But when the white-clothed woman moved, their expressions changed. Her corporeal body was at the divine level. Even if her gaze was lax, her movements and battle awareness were still unparalleled. A sword flew out, and it was only the first move, yet it made an illuminator bleed from the space between his brows. After that, there was a bang as his body was split into 2. Damn it, this is the abyss. Why isn't she absorbing the energy in her corporeal body? These people were a little scared. Only after fighting fiercely at close range did they realize how terrifying this woman was. This clearly wasn't right. Kill. shouted Jiang Zhou and Su Hong's incarnation. They joined forces with the remaining 7 Illuminators and attacked frantically. They had already found the Yang realm's most valuable treasure, which was on Chu Feng's body. How could they fail at the last moment? They really wanted to snatch it away immediately. But the cruelty of this battle exceeded everyone's expectations. The divine sword in the white-clothed woman's hand was formed from the mother metal that was removed from the body of the machine race's Olvidra. It was incomparably sharp and indestructible. In this battle, over a dozen Illuminator weapons were cut into pieces. Severed arms and dismembered limbs flew in the air unceasingly. An expert from the Yang realm was cut in half at the shoulder. Even his soul light was corroded by the sword light. He allowed a miserable cry and dimmed all of a sudden. He had been killed. Chi! A scarlet light blossomed. Yao Yao's corporeal body brandished the sword again and beheaded one of them. After that, she spun around and swept her long sword horizontally. She cut off all kinds of weapons that were attacking her from behind and tore apart the law runes. "We can't stop her," someone cried out in alarm. "We can't kill her," another person said fearfully. After truly exchanging blows, they knew what kind of opponent they had encountered. Someone wanted to escape, but in the end, a white light flashed and his clothes fluttered. The white-clothed woman chased after him and killed him with a slash from behind. She followed up with another slash to extinguish his soul light. This was universally shocking. Experts at the Illuminator level were extremely difficult to kill. After their soul light dissipated, they could escape and quickly regenerate. But now, after being swept by the white-clothed woman's brilliant sword light, they had nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Even their soul light was obliterated. "Let's go." Su Hong turned around and left. One of his incarnations had already been seriously injured during the short battle. He didn't want to fight here for too long, so he quickly fled into the void. But a sword flew over like a fairy from beyond the heavens. That white-clothed woman was too fast and incomparably transcendent. She and her sword fused into one and arrived behind Su Hong. She pierced through the protective laws and cleaved him into two. At the edge of a universe, in the primal chaos, Su Hong's true body fell on the large ship. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he was severely injured. This battle shocked everyone. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the underworld universe or the Yang realm, they were all petrified and had goosebumps. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light was like a rainbow. The 8 Illuminators who rushed over from the Yang realm universe were now killed one after another. This white-clothed woman's beautiful hair draped over her shoulders. She was too swift and fierce, and every attack killed one person. In the blink of an eye, all 8 of them were killed. Their corpses were scattered outside the abyss, and their soul lights were extinguished. Only Jiang Zhou and Su Hong's last incarnation were left at the scene. They were terrified. They never thought that entering the underworld universe would be so horrifying. They were killed until they had no temper. Swoosh! A white shadow flashed, and that woman attacked. She looked peerless, but the divine sword in her hand was merciless. She looked like a fairy, but now she was like a female Azura when she moved. The head of Jiang Zhou's incarnation flew up as well. His neck was slashed open by a sword, and his head was separated. Jiang Zhou felt a sense of powerlessness. He had already risked his life, but he still couldn't block it. He was decapitated. This was his second and final incarnation. The next sword fell, and sword chi surged. His corporeal body was shattered into pieces, and even the head that flew out was split open. Soul lights rushed out in an attempt to escape. After that, the woman shook her sword again. A ripple-like light beam rushed out, and all the soul lights were completely extinguished. In the primal chaos, Jiang Zhou's true body rolled around in pain. Half of his life was gone. He screamed continuously and finally fainted. 2 incarnations were completely destroyed, and the damage to him was too severe. Outside the abyss, Su Hong's last incarnation was fleeing, but he was still caught up. He was hit by a light beam that was like a comet streaking across the sky, and a sword light hacked him to death. His corporeal body was split into two, and his soul light dissipated. Total annihilation. This group of people were all dead. The troops dispatched by the Yang realm were all killed. Chapter 941. The dusky abyss was filled with an austere atmosphere. The corpses of a group of people from the Yang realm were lying here, and their blood dyed the void red. The white-clothed woman was bright, beautiful, and otherworldly. She was like a celestial fairy that had descended into the world, and her bearing was peerless. In the battle not long ago, she actually swept through the enemies in all directions with a single sword in hand and awed the netherworld. She was beautiful and transcendent. If not for the divine sword in her hand, still dripping blood, it would be hard to imagine that such a woman could look down on the world with such shocking strength. In the Een Realm universe, everyone was shocked, and their hearts received a strong impact. The Yang Realm's God Walker had been killed in this universe. The big black yak and the others in the distant starry sky jumped up immediately. They waved their fists and roared loudly. Good kill. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling. Previously, they had been stifled to the point of suffocation. There was a breath of depression in their chests that they were unable to let out. Now, as the ancient Yao Yao's physical body made its move, she started a massacre and swept through this group of people from the Yang realm who considered everything beneath their notice. This made many people in the Een realm excited. In the end, they shouted out loudly. An emotion that had been suppressed for a long time rushed out of his chest, allowing him to finally vent his anger. At the edge of the universe, the remaining people in the chaos felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They felt a chill from head to toe. What kind of experience was this? Just a moment ago, they were still looking down at the universe of the pond, but in the blink of an eye, everything was reversed. Even the incarnation of their god walking in the world was killed. At this moment, both Jiang Zhou and Su Hong had fainted. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they couldn't move at all. Cracks had appeared on their cores, and they couldn't move at all. The old weasel shouted, "Quick, let's go. There are many inexplicable dangers in this broken nether universe. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. Let's go to the chaotic universe." It was extremely uneasy. It had already been injured during the process of deduction, and not long ago, it had been entangled by strands of a strange substance. It had long been terrified. The face of the old divine expert sitting on the praying mat also became pale. He didn't dare to make any more deductions. He also felt an intense uneasiness, and, for some reason, he felt a bit of fear. They unanimously decided to retreat into the chaotic universe. There was a Tao body of the Taiwu Heavenly Lord overseeing it there. It could resolve everything. Who could resist it? Only by retreating there could they feel at ease. Lady, she was trapped in a cabin, but she already knew what was going on. She immediately laughed happily, and she was probably the only one who could laugh at this moment. Go! The Crimson ship set off and quickly rushed into the primal chaos. They didn't want to stay even a moment longer. They kept feeling that this Een Realm universe was too cold. Goosebumps rose on their bodies as they fled quickly. No matter what, even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone to hold it up. The Empyrean incarnation was in front, so they could just report it truthfully. Behind him, in the hazy fog, a mass of gray fog appeared and turned into a hideous ghost face. It smiled coldly and directly followed. Outside the great abyss, that woman stood there quietly, exceptionally ethereal. There were bloodstains left behind from the archaic era on her white clothes, and the mother gold divine sword in her hand was dripping with blood, giving her a unique aura. Her beauty was astonishing and unconventional. "Yao Yao, is that you?" Chu Feng spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Yao Yao had disappeared for a long time and had yet to truly return even now. However, this person who looked exactly the same was clearly her. At the same time, he thought of what Yao Yao had said. Although she had been killed in the ancient war, She was wearing the number 1 battle robe back then and had fallen into the abyss. It should be the person in front of him. Yao Yao had come to find her old physical body. How was it now? Not to mention Chu Feng, even the black yak, yellow cow, and the others were incomparably nervous. They really wanted to know if the present Yao Yao was in this physical body. Every race in the universe also wanted to investigate. At the same time, the black yak, old donkey, and the others were about to activate the demonic ancestral cauldron and rush over here. However, Chu Feng stopped them immediately. She's the body I left behind from the ancient times. The woman in white spoke. Her voice was very soft and intermittent. This was Yao Yao, who had found the physical body. She had fallen into the great abyss back then. Her outcome in that battle was very miserable. Only her obsession had escaped. Although her physical body was almost destroyed, her spirituality wasn't extinguished. Her flesh and blood were reconstructed and she landed here. It could only be said that Yao Yao's body was too extraordinary. Out of kind of instinct, she passively operated the robbery induction breathing technique. Now, the scene was astonishing and a hazy consciousness was born. It was just that this soul light was somewhat terrifying. Although it was ignorant of worldly affairs and didn't understand the principles of the human world, its self-protection consciousness was too strong. It almost obliterated Yao Yao's present soul light. At the same time that Chu Feng was happy and excited for Yao Yao, he also felt afraid. How could a hazy consciousness nourished from a physical body be so terrifying? Was it because this place was too special, or because this physical body was too extraordinary? And could the hazy consciousness that appeared in this physical body still be considered Yao Yao's? Could it be that there were two Yao Yao now? Which one was she? Now, Yao Yao was faced with an extremely terrifying problem. She couldn't control this physical body and was rejected by the soul light that was born afterward. The latter wanted to obliterate her. She retreated to various parts of this body and temporarily lay dormant. She didn't have the chance to control her former body, and this time, she was only risking her life to exert influence. Now, she couldn't control herself anymore. After saying this, her eyes became increasingly lax. The woman in white swallowed the cosmic energy and the essence of the sea of stars. She closed her eyes and began to slowly sink into the great abyss. She was about to leave this place. Yao Yao. Chu Feng was very worried. When he first heard this, he was still happy for Yao Yao, but now he was so worried. The hazy soul light that was born after the ancient Yao Yao's physical body was a great threat. Bang! In the primal chaos, the large vermilion ship braving the wind and waves encountered another black warship with the celestial venerables decree stuck to it. Why did you guys retreat? Someone on the large black ship asked. There were 3 figures standing at the bow of the ship. They were still God-rank evolvers. This time, the Yang realm had really mobilized on a large scale. Some ancient orthodoxies had paid a great price to open up a path, so naturally, they wanted to obtain something. After a simple exchange, both parties knew what had happened. The old weasel and the other sped up and left to report to the Supreme Marshal Celestial Venerable. And the remaining 3 powerhouses all had grave expressions. They weren't willing to take the risk, but when they thought of the Celestial Venerable's dignified face and the special instructions, they braced themselves and set off. They were afraid that they would be punished if they missed that artifact. If the Celestial Venerable blamed them, even if it was only to be suppressed for 500 years, it would be a fate worse than death. They wanted nothing more than to be killed. The Lord of the 6 Southern Dipper stars is dead. We can each evolve 2 stars and try to surround and kill her. Time is of the essence. We absolutely can't let that artifact fall into the abyss. Otherwise, we really won't have a chance. They were afraid that Chu Feng would harden his heart and sink the Yang realm's treasure into the abyss forever. They traveled at top speed. Before long, the outside of the abyss shook once more. 6 figures appeared and lined up in the Yang realm's 6 Southern Dipper stars. Each of them was blossoming with glaring runes. These were the 6 great incarnations of the 3 powerhouses. Each of them could transform into two at most. Unfortunately, they had overestimated the power of an ancient domain like the 6 southern Dipper stars to control death. This was the Een realm, so they couldn't unleash that kind of killing power. A beam of white light rushed up. The hazy soul light in Yao Yao's ancient physical body was enraged. Out of self-preservation and a kind of instinct, it attacked out. Chi, chi, chi. Sword chi was ever-changing. Divine radiance rushed into the sky as heads flew up one after the other. All 6 of them were beheaded. The so-called 6 southern Dipper stars were hacked to death in the end, and their blood splashed outside the abyss. This place was peaceful. Those who came are all corpses. No one could match her under the heavens. This was everyone's first recognition. The white-clothed woman in the abyss was too stunning. She actually killed everyone from the Yang realm. Some people shouted enthusiastically. Would anyone from the Yang realm still dare to come over? They really hoped that the white-clothed woman could end this time's blood and chaos. Goddess of war, she's clearly a war immortal. The people were in heated discussion. They had given out such a title because they were suppressed by those from the Yang realm. Now that someone could kill a god's incarnation, how could they not be excited? However, some of the famous people who had survived from ancient times were frowning because they could see that the white-clothed woman was unstable. Her gaze was unfocused and lifeless. They were worried that she couldn't leave that place and couldn't protect the entire sea of stars. At this moment, the great vermilion ship with the Empyrean's decree stuck to it had already crossed the sea of primal chaos. After experiencing the lightning tribulation, the ship's body was seriously damaged. In order to speed up and rush over as soon as possible, the old weasel and the others didn't hesitate to pay any price. The Empyrean's decree stuck to the ship was burning and turning into flames. They rushed into the broken primal chaos universe at an inconceivable speed. Reporting, after they crossed over, they roared loudly and sent a message to the great Marshal Empyrean. They told him that they found an ultimate ancient object from the Yang realm, but something unexpected happened. Without a sound, a stone statue that emitted a gentle radiance appeared in front of them. It listened quietly, and then it suddenly took action, pointing towards the back of the great vermilion ship. Roar! A mournful and miserable cry rang out. It was like a wounded beast, but also like the howling of a malicious spirit. A hazy gray mist appeared and was crushed by the Empyrean's beam of light. In the end, it exploded and was completely transformed by some kind of indescribable energy. On the great vermilion ship, regardless of whether it was the old weasel or the others, their scalps went numb. They were incomparably terrified. It was too terrifying. An inauspicious substance was actually following behind them. Everyone trembled with fear. If it wasn't for the Empyrean's Tao body overseeing this place, they wouldn't even know that they had been targeted. In the end, they would definitely die miserably. In the next moment, the stone statue disappeared without a sound. It crossed the sea of primal chaos and actually rushed in the direction of the Een realm universe. What? The Empyrean personally went over. On the great vermilion ship, the group of people trembled. Something big was going to happen. Didn't they say that the Empyrean couldn't personally come to the Een realm universe? They would be swallowed. This kind of terrifying matter wasn't an isolated case. There were some records of it in extremely ancient times. Although the ordinary people of the Yang realm didn't know, the Empyrean himself definitely understood. Because they came to work for the Empyrean, they were also told some secrets. Now that the great Marshal Empyrean had gone over, there was a problem that would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to split. They realized that the great Marshal Empyrean cared too much about that item. He desired it incomparably and wanted to obtain it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally rushed over from the Yang realm. And now, he was even going to kill his way into the Een realm. No matter, the Empyrean is unrivaled. Even if there's something strange in the Een realm, it can't stop him. They guessed that the great Marshal Empyrean would definitely suppress his own energy and wouldn't release waves above the god level. After all, they had done experiments. The Empyrean's decree could be brought over. As long as it didn't display its might, it would be fine. Even if it was suppressed to the Illuminator level, who would be a match for the Empyrean? He was unrivaled in the world. That's right. The Empyrean is unrivaled in the Aeon realm. In the past, accidents happened to people because they didn't understand. This time, we have done experiments and monitored the radiation value of the abyss. I'm sure the Empyrean knows how to avoid dangerous situations. They believed that no one could stop the Empyrean and that he wouldn't fall into a desperate situation. This time, he would definitely be able to bring back the ultimate treasure to the Yang realm. In the primal chaos, a long time after the Empyrean left, a cloud of gray fog appeared and quietly traveled far away, rushing toward the exit that connected to the Yang realm. Chapter 942. The great martial heavenly lord had arrived and officially entered the netherworld. In reality, everyone had sensed him the moment he appeared. The scene was too extraordinary. At the edge of the primal chaos, the sky was filled with golden lotuses that were formed from energy. They were brilliant and sparkling as they bloomed continuously. When he walked out of the primal chaos and stepped on the sea of stars, the heavens rumbled and the star fields trembled. The laws of heaven and earth submitted to him. He stepped on a divine rainbow that was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. He crossed the sea of stars and rushed directly to the abyss. The evolvers from all sides were shocked, and their souls trembled. What level was this creature at? Some famous figures made a judgment. This was a creature at the Illuminator level. The energy level he displayed hadn't broken through the boundaries of the netherworld. But why did he give people an incomparable sense of oppression? The great martial heavenly lord had arrived. He didn't use energy that surpassed the divine level. Instead, he had solved his own problems in the primal chaos. The strongest he could be was at the Illuminator level. For some reason, he desired the ultimate treasure of the netherworld more than anyone else. That was because he knew some of the truth and was fortunate enough to see some records when he was young. That was why his obsession hadn't dissipated even after he became a celestial venerable. Instead, it became more and more intense. That was why he had come in person. The divine rainbow was dazzling and a rain of light scattered. The entire universe was filled with surging yang energy. The scene he brought was universally shocking and incomparably shocking. It was as if hundreds of burning suns had gathered together and formed a halo around him. He walked on the divine rainbow path and approached the abyss. He paused for a moment, but then he started walking again and truly reached the abyss. He stood here alone and illuminated the darkness. Even the heavenly eye could capture the scene here clearly. At this moment, there were falling petals all around him. They weren't the beautiful and delicate ordinary petals, but energy models that were all carriers of the Tao. These are natural laws as well as order. They constructed a beautiful scene, forming a magnificent scene. His radiance was restrained and no longer so glaring. People saw that he was actually a stone statue with a dignified expression. His face was as if it had been carved by a knife, and even his hair was angular. This was a stone embryo dug out from the primal chaos. It was a primordial object, like the primordial gourd. Tai Wu had found it and turned it into his Tao body. The stone core released a gentle radiance. Divine rainbows were beneath his feet, and in midair were all types of energy bodies that formed flower petals and other things. Behind him, golden divine lotuses took root in large amounts. They swayed with hua-hua sounds, the light of order rippling about. In addition, the Bodhi tree was growing beside him, and the ancient tree of life was spreading its branches on the other side. These were all different forms of energy. All of them evolved from order constructed around him, becoming a part of the irregular scene he released. At this moment, all the powerful races in the universe felt as if their heads were about to explode. They were frightened. For example, the Tao race, the Buddhist race, the quasi-immortal race, and so on. Their inheritances were long enough and were the top 3 strongest races in this universe. Their ancestors came from the Yang realm. It was recorded in the personal letters of their ancestors that this was the embodiment of perfection within the realm. They were invincible within the same realm, and no one could oppose them. According to the handwritten records of some ancient clans, the demon ancestor back in those days, as well as the dragon clan's distant ancestor, the number one expert of the Een realm cosmos in prehistoric times, had both reached this state. When this type of creature walked through the world, irregular scenes covered the heavens. All types of energy bodies appeared brilliantly and brilliantly. When they gathered in the surroundings, no one under the heavens could match them. It was rumored that those two were possibly the only living beings that broke through the limits of the Een realm cosmos and surpassed the Illuminator realm. Now that such a creature had arrived, who could oppose him? Even if his energy was at the Illuminator realm, there are so many types of energy bodies. Every type could display a terrifying power, and if they were to really attack after combining, they could display an attack power that surpassed the upper limit of this universe. This meant that even though it was just Illuminator energy, the various irregular scenes he displayed in his flawless state could be comparable to the God realm after overlapping with each other. This was equivalent to sending a real God. In reality, if the people of the Een realm cosmos knew that this was a celestial venerable's Taoist body suppressing them and entering this place, they would be even more afraid. It was likely that the entire universe would go silent and not want to resist because there would be no suspense. Even if it was just a Taoist body of a celestial venerable level creature, it could also display the most flawless Illuminator state. What did it mean to be invincible within the same realm? This meant that it wasn't limited to this universe. It was the same in the Yang realm cosmos. Oh no, something big is going to happen at the Big Abyss. The big black yak and the others felt scared and anxious. Whether it was the serious yellow cattle or the usually laughing and joking Ouyang phone, they all had grave expressions now. No one could relax, and they were all extremely nervous. Even though they were so far away, they still felt their hearts palpitate as if something bad was about to happen. Chu Feng had just seen Yao Yao sink into the Big Abyss with his eyes when he suddenly turned his head. He felt a wave of horror when he felt the terrifying state of the stone embryo that had suddenly appeared. For no reason, his eyes actually started to bleed, and his heart was in great grief. An indescribable sadness emerged, making his heart feel as if it was being torn apart. What kind of ominous feeling was this? From seeing the appearance of the stone embryo to the indescribable throbbing of his heart, everything happened in an instant. And Chu Feng didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly swooped down toward the Big Abyss. He knew that he couldn't deal with this life form. Even if Yao Yao came up, there might be an accident. Chi! The stone embryo stood outside the Big Abyss. When it raised its hand, its stone palm was like the vault of heaven. It only pressed lightly toward the Big Abyss, and Chu Feng felt a strange fluctuation. At this moment, time seemed to flow backward, and there seemed to be fragments of time flickering in the surroundings. Chu Feng discovered that his surroundings were brilliant and no longer dark. This Big Abyss, that was known to be unable to use its rules, was actually subverted. There was a faint light of order spreading out, and he was imprisoned as if he had sunk into a terrifying swamp. In reality, he was still descending, but the speed was leveling off and gradually coming to a stop. Even a heavenly venerable's Taoist body wouldn't dare to explore the depths of the Big Abyss. It was already considered heaven-defying for the great martial deity to be able to reach this step with his Illuminator-level methods. Puffed. The stone embryo's palm pressed lightly across the endless void, and Chu Feng's body was instantly covered in cracks. Then, it disintegrated and exploded into a bloody mist. Were it not for the Big Abyss trembling slightly at this crucial moment, causing the stone embryo's body to stop exerting force, Chu Feng's soul light would have been crushed. This was the Big Abyss, and it was very special. If it were another place, not to mention the bloody mist, even the space around Chu Feng would have been annihilated, and everything would no longer exist. A wisp of gray mist drifted out from Chu Feng's blood. It was a very thin wisp with a blurry face, and it frantically blocked the remaining destructive power of that palm. Chu Feng's soul light could see it clearly. He was startled, furious, and terrified. That stone embryo had merely raised its hand and pressed down lightly, but his body and soul in the big abyss were almost extinguished. It was too terrifying. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Was that wisp of thin gray mist an ominous substance? He didn't even know when he had been struck. Or could it be that this was the gray mist he had been contaminated with in the foreign land for 100 years? But why did this wisp of thin gray mist help him swallow that stone embryo's destructive offensive energy? Wong, the stone embryo's palm pressed down again. It didn't say a single word and just wanted to kill Chu Feng. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He didn't treat Chu Feng as an opponent at all, and it was as if he was harvesting weeds on the roadside. This kind of temperament, this kind of emotionless expression, was rather like the heaven and earth's heartless style of treating all living things as straw dogs. It looked down on all living things without any emotion. Chu Feng was originally doing his utmost to reassemble his body and condense the bloody mist, but now he exploded once again. Moreover, his soul light was also being crushed. In a split second, his spiritual will cracked, and then his mind went blank. He couldn't sense anything anymore. Finally, the stone embryo discovered what the ultimate treasure left behind after Chu Feng exploded was. He was moved for the first time, and there was an expression on his face. He used a mysterious technique and was about to detain the stone box. However, his body was slightly stiff. There was an indescribable rumbling sound in the big abyss that made his soul throb. There was a secret force pulling on that stone box. He couldn't retrieve it at the first possible moment. At the same time, he took a step back. His whole body was surrounded by countless runes, and all kinds of energy bodies were revolving around him. He stepped on the golden lotus of the great Tao. He was divine and untainted, as if he was standing at the end of eternity. Chu Feng is dead. What the F***CK? The big black yak, the yellow cattle, the Manchurian tiger, Zhou Quan, and the others were so furious that their eyes were about to split open. They clearly saw a part of the scene in the big abyss. That was because the great martial deity's entire body was shining. His energy body illuminated this place brilliantly, and it was completely different from before. The heavens I could accurately capture the scene there. Many people saw the terrifying, bloody mist explode with their own eyes. Chu Feng was dead. He was suppressed and exploded by the stone embryo's palm. The whole world witnessed this. While all the races were shocked, they also felt an endless chill. Even many of the famous guests who had survived from ancient times had never encountered such a terrifying creature like the stone embryo in their long lives. There was a great fear in their hearts. Many people cried out. Those who had a close relationship with Chu Feng felt as if their hearts were being twisted by a knife. They felt a sharp pain in their hearts. In the sea of stars, after the deathly silence, there was a commotion and clamor. Countless noises rang out. This was too terrifying. The so-called unkillable great demon, Chu Feng, had been crushed with a flip of a hand. Even the incarnations of Jiang Zhou, Su Hong, and the other deities couldn't do anything to him. But now, Chu Feng had been easily obliterated, especially since the stone embryo didn't say a word from beginning to end. He silently walked over and directly attacked. This was even more terrifying. Up until now, no one knew who he was. He attacked coldly and intimidated the entire Yin realm universe. Great martial deity! At the edge of the universe, two Tao children appeared in the primal chaos. They were both chanting their true names. They were chanting the words, Great Martial Deity, just like the Tao race chanting the immeasurable deity. At this moment, the universe was shaken. A deity had come. Who could believe it? Who dared to believe it? But they had no choice but to believe this kind of method. Apart from a deity descending, who else could have such a terrifying performance? A deity descends personally, eliminating all Yin spirits, said one of the two Tao children. He was very cold and arrogant. These words shocked people so much that they turned pale. The eyes of the black yak and the others were bloodshot. That was the great martial deity. He had killed their brother, Chu Feng. This made it difficult for them to control their emotions, and they wanted to kill their way over. In the great abyss, white light appeared. Ancient Yao Yao's physical body rushed up from the bottom. She was too fast. Her beautiful hair was disheveled, and her beautiful face was full of killing intent. After so many years, this was the first time this body showed such a vivid expression. She held the 3-foot-long divine sword in her hand and shot toward the great martial deity. Chapter 943. Yao Yao made her move. She had originally sunk into the boundless depths of the abyss, but now she transformed into a beam of white light and rushed out. She held a 3-foot-long green sword in her hand and dared to brandish it at the deity venerable. Meanwhile, in the great abyss, the stone case was sinking. Its back was covered in bloodstains, scarlet and ghastly. Emperor Extreme Marshal was neither happy nor worried. He was silent and indifferent. After crushing Chu Feng with a flip of his hand, he didn't have the slightest change in his mood. In his eyes, there was no difference between all living beings in this world, whether they were ants or planets. Perhaps in his eyes, Chu Feng was just a rock or a blade of grass. But now, when faced with Yao Yao's breathtaking sword, he was still completely unmoved. He looked at it indifferently and raised his hand to strike forward. He was a stone core, an innate object that was dug out from the primal chaos by the great martial deity, refined into a Tao body that was extremely sturdy. With a chong sound, it collided with the sword made from mother gold, but it wasn't damaged at all, sparks flying in all directions. Yao Yao's white clothes fluttered in the wind. She didn't stop at all. After the divine sword pierced his palm, she borrowed the force and spun up. She streaked across the sky and appeared above the stone embryo's head in a split second. Then, she dived down with extreme speed, and the tip of the sword pierced toward the top of the great martial Skylord's head. Boom! 3 lotuses suddenly appeared above the stone fetus's head. They were snow-white and flawless. They released 3 strands of qi, which turned into 3 beams of sword qi that rushed into the sky. This was the Sword of Order. He casually displayed it and poured it out without restraint. The light of slaughter penetrated the sky dome, snow-white and dazzling. The innate sword light formed from the qi of the great Tao was incomparable. One sword light struck the divine sword in Yao Yao's hand, while the other 2 sword lights pierced toward Yao Yao's physical body. Even someone as strong as Yao Yao didn't avoid all of them. This was a sword of the great Tao, and it was formed by a deity nurturing his qi. Even if it was suppressed to the Illuminator realm, it was still universally shocking. Puff! One of the streaks of sword qi pierced through Yao Yao's shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. That snow-white long skirt was originally the #1 defensive battle garment in the past, but now it was also slashed open. The exceptional Tao sword was incomparably sharp. Princess! In various parts of the universe, some people's hearts trembled as they cried out in alarm. Princess Yao Yao, don't lose. A haze appeared in everyone's hearts. The previously breathtaking Yao Yao was now injured as soon as they exchanged blows. It made people worried. Xiao! Yao Yao's white clothes were stained with blood. She soared high into the sky and stood several kilometers away. Stone Core was indifferent, walking forward. There were energy bodies all around him, all types of irregular scenes appearing, carrying powerful auras, making the void rumble, tremble. With a single step, he arrived. He pointed out with his finger, and a beam of violet light shot out. As soon as it appeared off in the distance, a rumbling sound could be heard as it transformed into violet mist that blotted out the starry sky. The evolvers of the world were all horrified. Just a casual point of his finger was enough to produce the auspicious and majestic purple qi from the east. It made people emotionally moved, and their expressions couldn't help but freeze. Qi, qi, qi. Yao Yao was brandishing her sword. Her movements didn't seem fast, but it was dazzling. Even their soul light resonated and trembled. Thousands upon thousands of sword embryos soared in front and behind her. Every single one of them pierced through the firmament. They were extremely huge and resembled pillars that supported the sky. They were extremely terrifying as they flickered with a chilly metallic luster. Clang, clang, clang. As the 3-foot-long blade in her hand slashed forward, the tens of thousands of giant swords in front of her moved together and slashed forward. The void was slashed open and collapsed. Boom! The vast and mighty violet mist couldn't cover the void and was slashed open. Order runes erupted intensely, and law patterns blossomed unceasingly. It was extremely dazzling. In a split second, Sword Chi was like a divine rainbow. It crisscrossed and surged, illuminating the entire abyss. It was like a great Tao flower blossoming unceasingly in this area. Yao Yao had slashed out no less than 100,000 times. This involved the light of order and law patterns that illuminated the heavens. Every beam of sword light was boundlessly terrifying. They pierced through the starry sky with boundless destructive power. For a moment, sparks flew in all directions in front of the stone embryo. His palms slapped continuously, and all kinds of beams of light collapsed intensely. They burned there, and the runes exploded. This was truly shocking. There was actually someone who could fight with a celestial venerable to this extent. Even though the great Valiant had suppressed his realm and was only at the Illuminator level, he had experienced a long period of time and was able to become the founder of a sect. Naturally, he was boundlessly terrifying and had shaken the past and present. However, he was now being held back and was fighting intensely with someone else. Chi. In the end, Yao Yao used an extremely stunning sword strike. Sword Chi slashed open the void, and the vast white energy waves formed a large bell that suppressed the great valiant celestial venerable below. He wielded his sword like a god, and the runes evolved into sword light. It transformed into a great Tao bell that suppressed the stone embryo. The stone embryo was cold and emotionless. He blasted out a fist, and with a clang, he pierced through the large bell condensed from sword Tao runes. However, the moment the large bell disintegrated, boundless sword intent blossomed and continuously strangled him. Clanging sounds rang out, and the clanging of the sword shook the heavens. If it were any other opponent, even a peak illuminator would be drowned by the boundless sword intent formed after the large bell exploded, and their blood would splatter across the starry sky. This was a trump card. The stone embryo was still unharmed. Countless sword lights shot out violently as the large bell disintegrated. They formed into clusters and slashed at his body, but unfortunately, they only left some faint marks on his body. They couldn't cut through his stone body at all. Innate objects weren't just for show. They were sturdy and immortal. This was an innate aptitude that couldn't move him. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and just looking at them made people afraid. Chi. No one saw how Yao Yao moved the moment all the sword lights blossomed. She was graceful as she mixed in the sword lights. She actually appeared beside the stone embryo, and her body and sword became one. She fiercely brandished her sword and slashed at the stone embryo's neck. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. The great martial heavenly lord was struck by the sword. However, everyone's heart sank because his head didn't fly out. It was too sturdy. Soon after, everyone was stunned. Blood flowed from the stone embryo's neck. A deep wound had appeared, and it was almost completely cut open. He was actually injured. Everyone's hearts trembled. What kind of sword was this? It was absolutely peerless, and it almost beheaded the heavenly lord. One could imagine that if it were any other illuminator, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all and would certainly be beheaded. Even though this sword was too fast and the divine light had already flashed by, there was still a bleak sword intent pervading the air. It was spreading, and the space nearby was being cut apart. At the edge of the universe, in the primal chaos, the two Tao children were dumbfounded. Was this real? What did they see? The great martial heavenly lord was almost beheaded by a woman. Boom! At this moment, the great martial heavenly lord was different. His blood and chi exploded, and even the stone embryo was overflowing with scarlet light. It was as though a primordial beast had been resurrected. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Yao Yao. At the same time, symbols flickered in his pupils, and all kinds of energy bodies appeared in the surroundings. Beside him, an ancient tree of life swayed gently. Its branches were suffused with vigorous energy, and a Bodhi tree was glowing. Strands of great Tao, divine, chains hung down from it. In front of him, golden lotuses covered the ground and took root in the void. Chi, chi, chi. He made his move, and it was much more terrifying than before. The sky was filled with golden petals. Those were lotuses blooming and flying out. They were sparkling and dazzling as they revolved. In this instant, the heavens rumbled and the great Tao trembled. Everything was suppressed by the great martial heavenly lord. The golden petals danced in the air in an extremely beautiful and dazzling manner. But this was terrifying and intimidating. These petals cut apart the space of the universe and were incomparably powerful. Outsiders simply couldn't block them. One could see that the giant star remains outside the abyss were directly shattered upon contact with the golden lotus petals and turned into fine powder. Its destructive power was inestimable. One had to know that these broken stars were no different from real stars, but when the petals danced in the air, they were destroyed en masse. Yao Yao was moving at an incomparably fast speed. She traversed the dark space and did her best to evade. However, these energy bodies were extremely terrifying. They pierced through space and followed along the way, becoming more and more dazzling. In the world, regardless of whether it was the Yang realm or the Yin realm, the lotus was an extremely powerful and profound energy body. Now, after the great martial heavenly lord activated it, the golden lotus petals cut through everything in their way. Later on, the divine sword in Yao Yao's hand was brandished unceasingly. The sword light was like rain as it cut through the heaven and earth. It was as though a peerless sword immortal was about to ascend. It was dazzling, beautiful, and otherworldly. However, even though the golden lotus energy body wasn't a secret technique exclusive to the heavenly lord and existed everywhere, it was still terrifying. Its destructive power was astonishing, and it was very difficult to deal with. Yao Yao was drenched in blood. Even a number 1 ancient battle clothes in the Yin realm couldn't defend against it. A few mournful red flowers bloomed. Her shoulders, ribs, and arms were cut or pierced by the golden lotus petals in 7 or 8 places. Everyone's hearts tightened. The great martial heavenly lord was unfathomable and too terrifying. Even though they were both at the illuminator level, his evolutionary path was flawless and would make people despair. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Yao Yao circulated her breathing technique and her aura changed. Her empty eyes suddenly had spirit and vigor. The real Yao Yao of the present world temporarily united with the powerful soul light produced from her corporeal body and grasped this body. She had already advanced to the illuminator realm in the 100 years she had been in the foreign realm. She had deduced all kinds of techniques and paths suitable for herself. In a split second, immortal light illuminated the 9 heavens around her. She was otherworldly, and all kinds of energy bodies appeared as her sleeves fluttered. A pool of primal chaos appeared beside her with green lotuses swaying and rustling within. This was naturally a supreme energy body. Rosy clouds rose under her feet. That was the light of ascension, an otherworldly and almost illusory energy body. Fragments of time rose and fell in front of her like ocean waves. Moreover, there was a sparkling rain of petals fluttering about. She glanced at the abyss and saw the stone box falling forever. Her pupils constricted, and her murderous aura immediately overflowed. She displayed her own path and techniques, and attacked the great martial heavenly lord. She really was like an ascended immortal as she moved with the rosy clouds. A rain of light enveloped the outside of the abyss. Yao Yao's white clothes were like an immortal as her sword light pierced through eternity. Above the extreme, an unequaled path was born. The most terrifying thing was that Yao Yao was circulating her special breathing technique. She seemed to have comprehended the ultimate secret of the robbery induction breathing technique, and the light in her eyes became increasingly intense. Boom! The might of one sword cut through the universe and slashed apart the undying. She arrived in front of the great martial heavenly lord, and all kinds of energy bodies collided continuously between them. It was too intense. People from all sides were shocked. They were flabbergasted like clay statues and wooden sculptures. At the edge of the universe, the people from the Yang realm who had followed along felt their heads hurt. What kind of person was this? She seemed to be full of vitality and could actually fight so fiercely with a heavenly lord. She had cultivated the Illuminator realm to such perfection. It was unbelievable. The heavenly lord was unequaled. After suppressing his realm, he was perfect in every aspect, but a young woman could contend with him. If this news were spread back to the Yang realm, it would certainly shock the world. Robbery induction. The great martial heavenly lord spoke for the first time. He only said 2 words, and his eyes were incomparably resplendent. He stared coldly at Yao Yao and already knew what kind of breathing technique this woman was using. Boom! At this moment, the sword light that Yao Yao slashed out was boundlessly grand and suppressed the world. It was as though the great Tao of the great world was pressing down and displaying the ultimate power of illumination. She was fighting a life and death battle with a heavenly lord. Her white clothes were stained with blood, but she wasn't at a disadvantage, especially when she looked back at the great abyss and saw the stone box falling into the darkness. Her murderous intent soared to the sky. Originally, she was as ethereal as a fairy, but now she was like a war immortal with boundless murderous intent when she made such a swift and fierce move. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Yao Yao brandished her sword and pierced more than 10 bloody holes on the stone embryo's body. After seeing through the final secret of the robbery induction breathing technique, her combat power surged, and her destructive power was extremely terrifying. She could even cut the stone embryo. Chi! A sword light flew out and opened a terrifying wound on the great martial heavenly lord's abdomen. It almost cut him in half. Buzz! The void trembled as Yao Yao used her special breathing technique to draw in the energy of all things in the universe. She also stimulated the potential contained in her corporeal body. The stone embryo's arm was cut off with a slash of her sword. It flew out with a rain of blood. Chapter 944. The sword sliced through the Empyrean's arm. The stone core's blood gushed out. His right arm flew out and fell into the great abyss. The world was shaken, and there was no one who wasn't shocked. Who was this? Empyrean Extreme Martial. The founder of a sect had lived for countless years. Even if it wasn't his true body, it was just a Tao body that had been suppressed to the Illuminator level. However, it was still related to the Celestial Venerables. How could his arm be chopped off just like that? In the underworld, the people of all races were shocked. Their bodies were hot and sweating. Were they going to witness a miracle today? Celestial Master. At the edge of the cosmos, those from the Yang realm were trembling. They were completely terrified. If something happened to the supreme martial heavenly deity here, and he was killed by a white-clothed woman, then the effects would be far-reaching. Even the Yang realm would be shaken. This was something that was originally impossible to happen. Although he was at the reflector level now, every evolution level of Taiwu was perfect and flawless. He was so strong that he could not be stronger. Chi, outside the great abyss, Yao Yao's style was unmatched. She held a 3-foot-long divine sword in her hand and activated the robbery induction breathing technique. Every strike was like a phoenix striking the heavens as she used her strongest energy. The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the sword light was like rain as it poured down in torrents. Puff! Even though it was a body made of stone, it was still like flesh, a bloody hole pierced through it. Sparkling and glowing blood splashed out, absorbed by the great abyss' mysterious power. Yao Yao's hair danced in the wind. Her figure was tall and slender, and as she moved, she was like a fairy from the nine heavens. Her posture was graceful, but her murderous movements were incomparably decisive. She wanted to kill a deity sovereign. Two more terrifying injuries appeared on the stone core. Blood was everywhere. The injuries it suffered were extremely serious. Nice kill. In the depths of the universe, the big black yak and the others roared. They were agitated, but at the same time, there was some grief and indignation. In any case, Chu Feng had died, and this made them feel terrible. Now that they saw Yao Yao's exceptional style and how she had seriously injured the great martial deity, they resonated with her. Following that, their blood surged, and they wished they could rush to the scene and participate. Number 1. Under the ancient starry skies. The legendary figures of the various races all thought of the girl in snow-white clothes from the ancient times who single-handedly defeated the allied forces of the various races. Although she was killed by the giants in the end, she had left behind too much glory back then. No one in the same realm could match her. Many people still remembered that the energy bodies she created back then were researched by various clans for many years, their effects profound. Boom! The stone embryo erupted. His golden eyes grew colder and colder. He grabbed the energy form of the ancient tree of life and used it as a wooden staff. Outside the great abyss, there were many star remnants that were similar to normal stars. However, under the attack of the tree of life, an energy entity, they were instantly reduced to dust. The celestial venerable was furious. The starry sky trembled and the Een realm universe rumbled as if it was about to disintegrate. Dong! 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 Both sides fought intensely, energy bodies erupting. The sparkling flower petals around them, immortal light and auspicious energy collided, producing symbols and natural laws. During this process, the stone core remained calm, its expression indifferent. Even though it lost an arm condensed from an innate object, it didn't show any joy or worry, as if it was a carrier of the great Tao that overlooked the world of mortals. Big Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the others really couldn't stand the sight of him. It was mainly because he had killed Chu Feng in such an indifferent manner. Now that he was finally being suppressed by Yao Yao, he was still acting in this manner. This made them wish that Yao Yao could kill him immediately. The battle outside the Great Abyss became more and more intense, and everyone was dumbfounded. Toward the end, a Bodhi tree rumbled beside the great martial celestial venerable. It emitted boundless light and floated there with a rustling sound. Order runes trembled, and beams of light fell down like silk ribbons to protect the stone core. Boom! At the same time, the primal chaos pool in front of Yao Yao shone. The green lotus within swayed and shone brilliantly. It flew out with the primal chaos pool and collided with the Bodhi tree. This was the collision of energy bodies. This was a decisive battle between the two at the Illuminator realm, and the battle had reached its climax. Buzz! Suddenly, the great martial celestial venerable formed a magical seal. It was mysterious and unfathomable as he absorbed all the energy drifting in the universe. It was as if he was swallowing the heavens. The sea of stars dimmed as endless essence condensed here. He was swallowing in large mouthfuls, and at the same time he was urging his breathing technique. The atmosphere was grand and intimidating, and the entire sea of stars was trembling. He launched a fatal attack. He was a celestial venerable himself, but he was injured like this. It seemed to make him impatient, and emotional fluctuations appeared in his eyes. Boom! Yao Yao was struck and sent flying. There were specks of blood on her white battle clothes, and her mouth and nose were overflowing with blood. She had been injured. In a split second, the stone core approached again. Its single arm suppressed the firmament and covered everything. It emitted a terrifying radiance, and its entire body was sparkling and translucent. The blood she had emitted was mixed with many great Tao runes. This was the forbidden chapter of the breathing technique he cultivated, and it suppressed the Yin realm. Yao Yao was also urging the robbery induction breathing technique. Her white clothes fluttered, and the sword core in her hand was so sacred that it erupted with a rain of light. Her body was like ice and jade, and it was so pure and holy that it made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Dazzling energy surged out mightily. In the end, blood splattered everywhere as it was continuously absorbed by the secret force in the abyss. Bang! Yao Yao fell down, and half of her body was dyed in blood. There was even a finger mark between her eyebrows. Her head had almost been pierced by the great martial celestial venerable's finger. It was too thrilling, and the place where her soul light was condensed was almost destroyed. On the other side, the great martial celestial venerable was cut in half at the waist. The lower half of his body separated and fell into the abyss. Kill! Yao Yao lightly shouted. She rose high into the air and attacked again. This time, she threw away the sword core and formed a fist seal. She looked as elegant as an immortal, but when she truly brandished her fists, she simply wanted to break the world and seek eternity. Bang! 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 Punch after punch, she blasted the stone core back. Its body was originally full of sword scars, but now it was cracking. Puffed. The great martial celestial venerable disintegrated, and his face revealed anger. He was no longer indifferent, as he was blasted away in a split second. His innate stone body was split into pieces, and it fell into the abyss accompanied by a rain of blood. Yao Yao staggered back, and she couldn't stand steadily. She was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. All kinds of energy forms were eroding her body. The world was silent. The evolvers of every race were dumbfounded. Their hearts were throbbing, and even their souls were trembling. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. The number one person of the ancient golden generation, Yao Yao, had actually beheaded the celestial venerable. At the edge of the universe, the people from the Yang realm were even more shocked. Then a group of people knelt down, and their bodies shivered. The two Tao children were wailing. A celestial venerable's Tao body had been beheaded. This was going to be a big matter. Celestial venerable, how could you be defeated? Who can contend with you at the same realm? I don't believe it. This must be fake. It can't be real. The people from the Yang realm couldn't accept it. They were shouting at the edge of the universe, and their bodies were trembling. Well done, Brother Chu Feng. Princess Yao Yao has taken revenge for you. The Black Yak and the others were also shouting with grief. Whoosh! Yao Yao soared into the sky and directly leaped into the abyss. She chased after the stone box and wanted to find it and bring it back. After a long time, Yao Yao appeared. Her face was pale and lacked the color of blood. She appeared in the darkness with the stone box in her hands and gradually rose into the sky from the abyss. However, her figure suddenly turned sluggish. She immediately turned around and dove into the abyss. A stone core appeared at the edge of the abyss, and a halo flowed all over his body. He raised his hand and pointed forward, imprisoning Yao Yao, who was charging into the abyss. The stone core appeared once again. The great martial, celestial venerable's Tao body hadn't died at all. He watched as those stone arms and blood fell into the abyss. In fact, they had all reassembled below and were hiding here. Yao Yao's perception was too sharp. She immediately discovered that the situation wasn't right, so she turned around and rushed down, borrowing the protection of the abyss. Rumble! The great martial, celestial venerable's stone body glowed. It was sparkling and resplendent, as though it was formed of immortal ancestral Taoist material. He became increasingly unfathomable as he tried his best to imprison Yao Yao and bring her and the stone box up. This sinister person, the black yak, the Manchurian tiger, and Zhou Quan were startled, frightened, and angry. They realized that the great martial celestial venerable had been killed not long ago, and he had been beheaded on purpose. It was all for the sake of numbing everyone and bringing the stone box up through Yao Yao's hands. Although the great martial celestial venerable was unfathomable, he didn't dare enter the abyss. That was why he was defeated on his own, giving people the false impression that he had been killed and swallowed by the abyss. A dignified celestial was actually willing to bear the stain of being killed to obtain the stone box. It was clear how much he valued this item. Yao Yao knew that the great martial celestial venerable had held back, or else he wouldn't have been killed so easily. She didn't want any accidents to happen and didn't want the stone box to fall into the great martial celestial venerable's hands. She dove down with all her might, but it was as though she had sunk into a swamp. For a moment, the great martial celestial venerable and Yao Yao were in a deadlock. They were too far apart, and the great martial celestial venerable couldn't pull the beautiful Yao Yao up completely. "Go!" Yao Yao shouted lightly. She gathered all the energy in her body and slashed with her sword. She cut open the shackles and threw the stone box into the abyss. Then, she turned to look at the stone embryo and pointed her sword at it. "What a pity! I was only one step away." The great martial celestial venerable finally spoke with regret on his face. Then, he looked at Yao Yao calmly and said, "I want to accept you as my disciple and let you inherit my mantle. In the future, I will go into seclusion, and my sect will respect you." This kind of promise and accepting a disciple not only shocked all the evolvers in the Yin Realm universe, but it also made those from the Yang Realm dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. How much did the great martial, celestial, venerable cherish talent? He wanted to accept the white-clothed girl as his disciple. The group from the Yang Realm didn't dare believe it. They knew that a celestial venerable wouldn't open his mouth under normal circumstances. Once he made a decision and said it, it wouldn't be child's play. Very soon, they were silent again because Yao Yao's performance was indeed too stunning. To be able to fight with the great martial celestial venerable to that extent, even if he held back and was killed on purpose, was still a world-shocking performance. After calming down, the people from the Yang Realm realized that this Yao Yao was indeed peerless. Even if she was a rogue cultivator, she would most likely become a celestial venerable in the future if she grew up. And if she received great martial's guidance, her future achievements would be unimaginable and shocking. What responded to great martial was a beam of sword light. Yao Yao made her move and slashed at him. The world-shocking sword light streaked across the dark abyss. The stone embryo disappeared without a sound and appeared outside the abyss. He looked at her indifferently and said, "You're not my opponent. A celestial venerable's methods are boundless. Even if you're a perfect illuminator, you still haven't comprehended the realm above the God realm." But he didn't make his move because no matter what, Yao Yao was too stunning. It was impossible to take her down directly. Bang! Great Marshal stood outside the abyss and stretched out his hand. He pierced through the void and opened up a wormhole. In the depths of the endless universe, the void split open. Then everyone on a vital planet trembled. With a boom, this place turned into a land of death. An entire planet was annihilated. The vigorous life energy condensed was grabbed by a large hand in the sky and rapidly absorbed. The next moment, this large hand appeared in another part of the starry sky. Another planet disintegrated, and the endless vigorous life energy was devoured. This scene shocked the Yin Realm universe. At this moment, the great martial celestial venerable destroyed 6 vital planets in succession. There were tens of billions of high-level life forms on each planet, such as the human race and the golden giant race. This was simply unimaginable. 200 billion people died an unnatural death in the blink of an eye. And here in the abyss, the stone embryo became more and more lustrous. Some of the blood energy he had lost earlier was replenished. He still hadn't absorbed enough and was still making his move. But Yao Yao moved. She wouldn't allow him to act wantonly like this. She rushed up to the abyss and fought him again. In reality, the great martial celestial venerable was neither happy nor worried when he destroyed the planets. He didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. In his eyes, whether it was Chu Feng or the tens of billions of life forms on a vital planet, there was no difference. They were all mortals. His current state was similar to the supreme indifference recorded in the ancient books. He looked down on the common people and was indifferent to everything. He was like a humanoid carrier of the great Tao that walked the world. This kind of detachment and indifference made Yao Yao, Yellow Cattle, and the others unable to accept it. What celestial venerable? Does he really think he jumped out of the universe and looked down on everything in the iron cage? F***CK, your grandpa. In the universe, many people rebuked angrily. The Black Yak and the others couldn't restrain their anger. They couldn't stand the great martial celestial venerable's calm demeanor after killing someone. Bring me the stone box. The great martial celestial venerable spoke. He no longer grabbed and destroyed the planets. Instead, he stood there with one hand holding the mother gold sword in Yao Yao's hand. He was calm and unhurried. After an unknown amount of time, there was a fluctuation in the stone box in the depths of the abyss. It was trembling lightly, and many luminous fragments were condensing. That was Chu Feng's soul light. He hadn't died. When he was shattered by the great martial celestial venerable, the bell in the stone box rang and guided his soul light into the open crack of the stone box. He was saved. Qin Luoyin's corpse wasn't the only thing in the space of the stone box. There were also some important items, such as the 3 seeds and the diamond chakram. Chu Feng was guided in by the soul bell. He had recovered and was at a loss. His soul light gathered together again and recovered with his breathing technique. It gradually brightened, and the blood on the stone box was also gathered inside. He couldn't recover his corporeal body in a short time. Now his whole body was scarlet red from top to bottom. His blood and soul light had condensed together, and he finally had consciousness. He appeared outside the stone box and held it in his hand. He was fixed in the darkness of the abyss. He was already awake. Even though he was a condensed body of blood and soul, the runes of the fiery eyes still appeared, and he could see the scene above the abyss. Yao Yao and the stone embryo were fighting fiercely, and bloody light would appear from time to time. Yao Yao's situation wasn't good. Even though she had left bloody marks on the stone embryo, her own injuries were even more serious. Her body had once been pierced by a palm imprint, and her blood dyed the starry skies. Yao Yao had returned. He really wanted to shout out, but he was too weak and couldn't transmit his voice. Next, his heart throbbed. He saw the great martial celestial venerable's hand covering the sky as he pierced through the void and opened a wormhole. He captured Yellow Cow, Zhou Quan, and the Manchurian Tiger and brought them here. Roar! The big black yak and the others roared angrily. They were in the demonic ancestral cauldron as they drove the weapon and crashed into the great martial celestial venerable. The great martial celestial venerable looked on coldly and lightly flicked his finger. Even though the demonic ancestral cauldron dodged with all its might, it was still grazed by the beam of light. Some of the great demons in the cauldron were shattered into pieces and turned into a bloody mist from the violent impact. At the same time, the great martial celestial venerable sensed something and looked down at the abyss. His golden pupil shone as he stared at Chu Feng's soul light and the stone box in the bloody mist. Chu Feng isn't dead, he said softly. This shocked Yao Yao. Soon after, she also sensed the situation in the abyss. The black yak, Yellow Cow, Zhou Quan, and the others were pleasantly surprised, but their hearts soon became heavy. Even though Chu Feng wasn't dead, the great martial celestial venerable was still alive. Who could kill him? I heard there was a mastiff who met death unafraid and unafraid. It's rather admirable. Now, I also want to observe the Yin realm's various emotional fluctuations and understand the power of your soul fluctuations. At this moment, Who dares to stand out and die for Yao Yao and Chu Feng? If anyone dares to do so, I will pardon Yao Yao and Chu Feng in the name of the Celestial Venerable. I guarantee that they won't die." The great martial Celestial Venerable actually opened his mouth to speak such a long sentence. It was completely different from his previous behavior. "Why do I need you to pardon my life?" Yao Yao shouted. Even though her battle clothes were stained with blood, she was still fighting. She didn't yield in the slightest. Her fighting spirit was high as she fought fiercely. However, whether it was Chu Feng, the black yak, or Yellow Cow, everyone could see that Yao Yao was at a disadvantage in the end. She might suffer the first defeat of her life and perish here. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, but the great martial Celestial Venerable had used a technique that surpassed the Illuminator level. That was the comprehension of a god. Even though he didn't activate the energy that surpassed the limits of this universe, it was enough to kill Yao Yao. Even if the great martial Celestial Venerable used a technique at the Illuminator level, Yao Yao might not be his match. She might not be able to kill him, let alone now that the great martial Celestial Venerable wasn't holding back at all. The difference in realms was too great, and the things they comprehended couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. That kind of heavenly moat couldn't be crossed. No matter how stunning Yao Yao was, it was impossible for her to kill a Celestial Venerable. There is such a difference in realms, and no one could do it in the past, present, or future. The black yak, Ouyang Feng, and Yellow Cow cried out in alarm. They couldn't bear it any longer as blood blossomed from Yao Yao's body. At the same time, Chu Feng was also charging upwards. He roared weakly and was incomparably worried. "I'm willing to die in place of my brother, Chu Feng, and Princess Yao Yao. I'll satisfy the cold-blooded Celestial Venerable's perverted hobby," roared the black yak as he charged out of the demon ancestor's cauldron. "I'm not afraid either." Yellow Cow stood out. "Is your Lord Tiger afraid of death?" "I've never been." The Manchurian Tiger and the others also walked out one after another. Your Lord Donkey will also be unyielding for once." Even the weakest old donkey stood out. The great martial Celestial Venerable didn't even look at them. He lightly tapped a few times with his fingers, and a few of the great demons in this group exploded. My hashtag Yin Great Martial. Chu Feng trembled. He didn't have a corporeal body, but he still felt the trembling sensation of his raging blood attacking his entire body. He couldn't suppress it and felt as though his body was about to explode. Chapter 945. When a stone embryo said these words, his voice was calm and without the slightest ripple. A few clouds of bloody mist drifted not far away. Those were a few great demons, and they had all been killed by his finger. At this moment, Tai Wu once again used a finger to block Yao Yao's 3-feet-long sword. Even the divine sword made of gold couldn't cut through his stone finger. He was calm and indifferent, aloof and aloof. He looked down on everyone, making them angry and powerless. Chu Feng in the abyss growled. Bloody mist surged all over his body, and he was filled with righteous indignation. He really wanted to kill Tai Wu. The old llama was dead. The Golden Rock King was eliminated, the old black bear was killed, and the mountain tortoise of Kontong had also died after being pierced by a finger. There were specks of blood here, and a few weak wisps of soul light could dissipate at any time. Yao Yao's beautiful eyes flowed with divine splendor. She wasn't discouraged and was angry. Her confidence didn't waver as she once again urged the brilliant sword light to slash forward. The black yak, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, Zhou Quan, and the others were still alive, but they clenched their fists and trembled. This wasn't caused by fright, but by anger and sorrow. The 3-meter-tall Horse King's bald head was shining. This boorish man was crying. He had already lost his daughter when the Shilin clan and the deity race attacked Mount Eternal in the Eastern Sea to hunt them down. Now he had lost his master, the old llama. Is there an afterlife? Is there an afterlife? Old brothers, take care. The Manchurian tiger was full of emotion as he watched the Golden Rock King, the mountain tortoise, and the others die. In the bloody mist, their weak soul light was disintegrating. It looked like they couldn't hold on any longer and were about to be destroyed in body and soul. Yellow Cattle choked with sobs and said, "Ancestral demon cauldron, please protect them and preserve the last of their soul light. We'll be parting in this life, but I still want to see them in my next life." The great demons of Kunlun had always been together since Earth's recovery. They had already become each other's relatives and family, going through life and death together. Suddenly losing a few people like this made everyone's heart ache. Their noses were sore, and their eyes were blurry. The Black Yak's eyes were red. He recalled the great battle between the eastern and western evolvers at the foot of Mount Kunlun. The old mountain tortoise and the golden-winged rock had displayed their might and chased away the enemy together. The ancestral demon cauldron released a rain of light. Right when it was about to move, the stone core took action again, a finger pointing over. With a dong sound, even though the ancestral demon cauldron erupted with dazzling symbols, it was still blasted flying. Cracks appeared on it, unable to stop the great martial finger. "If I make a move, who can stop me?" he said. Then he lightly tapped with his finger again. With a bang, the Horse King, whose head was shining, turned into a cloud of blood mist and died on the spot. The Black Yak panted heavily. His bell-like eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "F***CK, your grandpa, supremely martial deity. Some of our brothers have already stepped forward and are willing to die in your place. Now that you've killed them, why don't you stop?" Yellow Cattle, the Manchurian tiger, the old Grandmaster Wu Qifeng, Zhou Quan, and the others were unable to restrain their anger. This was a sad and indignant scene. The people who had gone through life and death with them were killed one by one. It was too heartbreaking. I said I'd let Yao Yao and Chu Feng off, but I never said I'd forgive you all. From the most ancient times until today, how many people have dared to disrespect me and speak nonsense? Bang! He pointed with his finger, and the Black Yak immediately disintegrated. His humanoid body no longer existed. His coarse horns broke off inch by inch, and his tall body directly collapsed. He turned into blood and bones as he fell. Old Black, Brother Ox. Beside him, the Manchurian tiger, the old donkey, and Yellow Cattle called out loudly. All of them were in tears. The Black Yak was the most popular among the group of great demons. He could get along well with anyone. Ordinarily, he was rough and even like an old ruffian at times, but in fact, he was very warm-hearted and would help anyone who was in trouble. In the end, he died just like that. He only stood up for his brother and opened his mouth because he felt indignant. In the end, he was killed by Tai Wu's finger. Yao Yao attacked frantically, but she couldn't stop this tragedy. The Black Yak's bloody mist drifted in the air. Below the abyss, Chu Feng roared. His heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. It was extremely painful, and he found it hard to bear watching this bloody scene. At the same time, he knew that the other party only had one purpose in doing this. In fact, he wanted him to come up and offer up the stone box. Although he didn't say it directly, he definitely had that intention. What death substitute? Why not to kill him and Yao Yao? These were all excuses. Tai Wu longed for the ancient, rough, and mysterious stone box in his hands. Outside the abyss, Tai Wu was very calm. There were no waves or waves. Tai Wu, stop right now. Chu Feng roared angrily because he saw Tai Wu raising his other hand while fighting Yao Yao. Bang! The demonic ancestral cauldron moved and swallowed the heaven and earth. It wanted to suck in Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and Manchurian tiger, but in the end, it suffered a heavy blow. With a clang, it was sent flying. The cracks on its body increased, and the cauldron wall was almost pierced through. Then, Tai Wu raised his hand and killed the Wudong Grandmaster Wu Qifeng with a ripping sound. He turned him into a ball of blood, and the Grandmaster of a generation died. Senior, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the others were all shouting. F***CKU, Tai Wu, Did you hear me? Stop right now. Chu Feng's eyes were about to split open. At the same time, he threw the stone box's lid into the depths of the abyss to threaten Tai Wu. His heart was dripping blood. It was incomparably unbearable to see the old Grandmaster, who had done him a great favor before he rose to power, die like this. I've never been afraid of threats. The stone body spoke calmly and pointed again. It was as if it was responding to Chu Feng. With a bang, the Manchurian tiger died. Brother Tiger. Chu Feng felt like he was about to explode. They were all brothers who had gone through trials and tribulations together. They had gone through the most difficult times together, yet they had died just like that. The Manchurian tiger, who once had no integrity and no standpoint, had become sworn friends with him in life and death. They had fought Schiller together on Mount Longhu, and the scenes of the past were still before his eyes. In the end, he had died just like that. Aren't you all afraid of death? The stone body spoke with a smile. He raised his hand again, ready to kill the next person at any time. Yao Yao attacked frantically and circulated the robbery induction breathing technique. Originally, she was already heavily injured, but now her energy had increased explosively. She fought with Tai Wu with everything she had and blocked his next move. What's there to be afraid of? Hee. Your grandpa Donkey has always been afraid of death and was jokingly called a spineless coward by my brothers. But now Grandpa Donkey has stood out. Come, Grandpa is here, so what's there to be afraid of? I hashtag yin%*. The old donkey let loose a torrent of curses. His emotions were stirred up. This time, he was very unyielding and didn't cower back at all. He cursed the Empyrean of Great Marshal to 18 generations of his ancestors. His relationship with the Black Yak and the Manchurian Tiger was the best. Seeing them die one after the other and mercilessly obliterated like that, his chest was stifled. He couldn't help but let out a long roar. He wanted to vent and roar in anger because he didn't fear death at all. Bang! The Empyrean of Great Marshal raised his hand and killed the old donkey. A bloody hole appeared between his brows, and then his body exploded inch by inch. Old donkey, Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, Zhou Quan, and the others were all shouting. The stone body said calmly, "Is there anyone who isn't afraid of death? I want to see how deep the friendship between you brothers is. I'm willing to spare whoever lowers their head." Ouyang Feng cursed and immediately jumped out. Your grandpa Ouyang Dao is here. What's there to be afraid of? Even if you kneel down and beg, I won't lower my head to look at you. You crippled stone. If there's a next life, I swear I'll kill you to avenge all my brothers. Yellow Cattle had long since become anxious. He swore with his voice that could still be considered tender. Behind him, the dragoness, Zhou Quan, and the remaining great demons also stood out. They didn't lower their heads or submit to the Empyrean of Great Marshal and glared at him furiously. Great Marshal, stop right now. I'll give you the stone box, or else I'll throw you into the abyss, roared Chu Feng. He couldn't accept the result before his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore as his brothers died one after another. Earlier, even though he had already guessed that he and some of his brothers would die, he didn't want to lower his head. But now, seeing them turn into blood and bones like that, he couldn't hold on any longer and felt great grief in his heart. The Empyrean of Great Marshal stood there and collided with Yao Yao's sword edge. He used the ancient tree of life to suppress forward, and at the same time, he was also speaking. It's rare to not see the ugly side of human nature. I've always wondered why my Dao companion didn't encounter a benevolent Yin spirit back then. His expression was unperturbed, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Everyone in the Yang realm knew that the Empyrean of Great Marshal hated Yin spirits. The whole world knew this because when he was young, his Dao companion was killed by a Yin spirit. Your gazes are filled with endless hatred. Are you incomparably hostile toward me? He shot a glance at everyone. As an Empyrean of a generation, you think yourself unrivaled. Do you feel any sense of accomplishment when you attack us like this? What kind of ancestor figure are you? The dragoness said with sorrow, "It's only right and proper for me to kill you all. The Empyrean of Great Marshal replied calmly. This made everyone angry, and at the same time, they felt humiliated. The stone embryo looked down on them and then killed them. He even said that it was only right and proper. It was incomparably excessive. Perhaps in your eyes, I'm using my strength to bully the weak, evil, and cruel. But this doesn't matter to me. I'm just following my heart, and the Tao is natural. The Empyrean of Great Marshal's expression was calm. He was like an ancient well, without ripples, as he said. Have you ever seen an azure dragon fighting above the 9 heavens look down on maggots on the ground? Different latitudes, different levels, it's hard to even feel pity. It's just like you all. Normally, you might unknowingly trample an entire field of ants to death while walking. Do you all feel guilty? No. That's why I've never left a trace in my heart when I kill you all. It's just like how you all step on the ants of the mortal world. I walk my own path and follow my own Tao and heart, he added. While speaking, he raised his hand with a bang and pierced through Ouyang Feng and Zhou Quan one after the other, ending their lives. Chi. Then, he pointed out with his finger again. The dragoness perished and disappeared from this world. You mother of asterisk cur, stop. Chu Feng roared. If his flesh and blood still existed, he would have long since shed hot tears. His group of old friends had all died. The days they spent together were always filled with joy and laughter. If they weren't there in the future, even if he could survive today, what meaning would there be? Chu Feng wouldn't be happy for the rest of his life when he thought of himself drifting alone between various great cosmos in the future. He felt suffocated in his heart when he thought of his former voice and smile. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Chu Feng's soul light was trembling. He was about to throw the stone box into the great abyss. However, the yellow cattle was still there. It was crying in sorrow and had no one to rely on. Chu Feng endured it again. Tai Wu opened his mouth and said, Everyone still has a bit of soul light that hasn't been extinguished. I'm a celestial sovereign, so I naturally have the means to make them reappear. What's your choice? With a bang, his yellow cattle was also smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Chu Feng was trembling as he witnessed everything. He hated himself for not being strong enough. He roared as the blood on his soul light fell like bloody tears. He was in extreme pain and grief. You let them live. Even if there are 1,000 tribulations and endless sufferings, come at me. Chu Feng's voice was hoarse. He couldn't stand steadily and was swaying. Even his soul light was flickering indeterminately. These brothers were all dead. Moreover, they were willing to die for him after they heard that they could let him live. Chu Feng's head was about to explode. His anger and grief were burning. He couldn't accept such an ice-cold and cruel ending. His soul light was dripping blood. Yao Yao had long since risked her life. She couldn't hold on any longer, but she still moved forward with her sword. She danced across the cosmic void and fought with Tai Wu with all her might. She had always been aloof and clear, but now her beautiful eyes were red with hot tears flowing down her face continuously. Bang! Tai Wu pierced through the void and opened up a wormhole. He stretched out a large hand and entered a certain star domain again. He directly detained 2 people from an unremarkable small planet and threw them in front of the great abyss. These were Chu Feng's parents. The old weasel and another divine teacher had long since deduced the whereabouts of the people by Chu Feng's side and reported them to the higher-ups. Now, Tai Wu also made a move against these 2 people. Dad, Mom. Chu Feng looked at his father and mother. He couldn't help but tremble as he glared at Tai Wu. Bang! Tai Wu didn't say anything. He shook lightly, and Chu Ziyuan and Wang Jing turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng was like a wounded beast. He faced the sky and let out a long howl. Even his own parents had died. They were obliterated just like that. He felt that his body was about to explode in the great abyss. At the final juncture, he saw his parents open their mouths to say something to him before they died. Looking at the shape of their mouths, they wanted him to live on properly. At the final juncture, the 2 of them were still so concerned about him and worried about him. In extreme despair, Chu Feng faced the sky and roared. Then, he knelt there and his whole body was trembling. There's not much time now. Even I won't be able to keep the last bit of their soul light after a while, said Tai Wu. Chu Feng felt humiliated. The other party didn't mention a single word about the stone box, but it was very obvious that he wanted him to offer it respectfully. At this moment, he was laughing and crying. The blood that had condensed with his soul light was flowing like scarlet tears. What does lowliness count for? As long as those people could come back to life, he was willing to pay everything. Chu Feng was completely disheartened. He raised his hand and raised the stone box. He really wanted those people to come back to life, but he was also unreconciled. He really wanted to kill Tai Wu. Seeing Chu Feng raise the stone box, Yao Yao's sword light flourished even more fiercely. She was burning herself. She really hoped that she could suppress Tai Wu and force him to resurrect everyone. Seeing Chu Feng raise the stone box, Great Wu smiled faintly. This was the first time he smiled so brilliantly. His whole body blossomed with an auspicious rain of light. That's right. It's just a narrow space in the netherworld. The whole world is filled with ants. How dare they defy heaven's will? He said calmly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.